Okay, people, first things first, my name is Kenneth Burma Company. It's IOEG Technology Screens and SFEG. We're doing a cardboard built arcade with built-in screen. Right now I'm printing out on the artwork. Trying to see how we can get something for a vending machine on this side. How big we gotta print it out to fit there. And aside the billboard, we're gonna go with ET. I found a fantastic movie display for our billboard over there. Oh, this is definitely work. This is just what we need for this. We're going to decide these should fit quite nicely. I'm installing lights in today too. Oh man, this is perfect. It's about the same size as our hoop machine right there. All right, we'll have to cut that out and build the what's more on it. That is actually a perfect size right there. Trying to get the perfect size. All right, now I'm gonna do some movie posters. Let me see. I'm doing this one here. Like this one. Posters. Okay, that's that size. Some posters would have to be good gracious. Let me see. I'm gonna go with this size first and see what happens. Maybe this might be a good size or maybe too big. I'm not sure. If not, it'll be the next ones. So we got the Coke machine. That's perfect. We start working on that today. Install lights. I'm gonna cut this out. Pest machine too. Oh, that's way too big. That's way too big. That's not gonna work. Let's go with something smaller than that. I think the wallet sizes will be perfect. That's way too big. Let's try this one here. Gonna work. Right, that's perfect right there for our wall. I'm gonna have to basically just color them a little bit so that way it's more of a to it. There we go. That is a good size for our machine. All right, cool. Now we know what size we need. You can print them all out. We got Street Fighter. I'm gonna post it for Street Fighter. And before anyone says, "Are you selling it?" No, we can't sell them. It's only for advertisement with the technology to screen. We literally can't sell it. Let's put a disclaimer in there stating that the artwork belongs to licensed companies. We don't take any claim for any of it whatsoever. There we go. Oh, that's already down. Tray's already down. Give me that one. So we got a Pac-Man here. Alright, got the Coco machine, got the Pac-Man. I want to get the Defender. It's done, and since we have an idea, here's my glue gun. I'll start working on my lights. And test this out with a Pac-Man display. Alright, okie dokie. Give me that. Try to take that back from me. Good. What else do we have here? Got the ET. The Defender. So I had to go take a trip down from another company. Once I got my business license. Since once you already get one, the rest of them are easy. So applying for another company. And the other place I went to, out of business. So as a t-shirt distributor, I've got a couple places online I do business with. They're still operational. So I'm just going to order my stuff from there and go from there. And I already went in and put my application in at LegalZoom for my copyright for my new clothing line. I've got a good friend of mine up in New York City, which is in the Fast District. He wants to put one of the shirts in the show. Well, that'd be nice. But they're limited editions. I had to tell him that. We don't make a lot of them. They're affordable. Anybody can get them. They're just only make a certain amount of them. So we're going to have t-shirts, hoodies, and I don't know about doing shorts yet. I'm just not on that yet. Oh, let me see. Did you pop out already? Where's the Defender at? Oh, did the Defender go back in? Oh, Defender's right. No. Where is the Defender? Oh, we didn't print it out. There we go. Got caught up in this. So that's a whole different company I'm working on right now. And then we got one we're setting up for the flower PCs. I'm going to do those in different styles, different types of flowers. You know, for those who are saying, "Oh, you're filling up one," I don't think that's possible. We got invisible technology. Stuff comes out in 2026. We got technology for 2026, 2027, and 2028. We're not going anywhere. We're just branching out to do other stuff. Because sometimes I get bored of doing the same stuff over and over. Even though we do different stuff, I want other things to do. I want to experiment in other parts of businesses. So that's what I want to do. Got all kinds of partnerships I'm working on. I got a guy who's got a vending machine, or vending truck. A truck that sells food, and he likes the idea of putting one of our projection screens, our daytime projection screens, on his truck. He can advertise his menu, they can watch movies. So he wants to do something where he has a setup inside with the projector and cut through the truck and have the screen put up there to put the menu so it pushes to the other end. And on the other side, he can watch movies off of it. So he's getting a truck built from the ground up for my screen. The thing about when you have vending trucks, it's like they all look the same. They do. And that's, you got that favorite truck that serves that favorite food. You know what I mean? That's the one you're going to go to. But they all want their trucks to stand out. They want their trucks to be different from one another. And this is what this technology will do. So they don't need a high power projector. That's not going to cost them a lot of money. And they can operate in daytime hours, which they need because that's when they're going to be working, in daytime hours. And instead of spending money for expensive LED, you don't need it because they're very expensive. Let me see. So we're going to build a prototype of a food truck. The way he wants to design a food truck. We're going to build a prototype of it and put one of the screens on the back of it. Just like we have a screen in here that basically I can game off. Film me a whole bunch of little prototypes. I'm gonna make myself an aquarium next. Aquarium store? Yeah. Because we get to have fun. We get to take our models, what we like to build, and build some cool stuff with it. Gives them an idea. And if they want more proof, I can do the demonstration right in your store, outside your store. It really doesn't make a difference to us. We can get it done. Ouchie. Ouchie. You have more pain than usual. Gee whiz Louise. Used to some pain, but chow wow. I was trying to take a finger off. Alright, let me see. We got Defender. Oh, I'm in here. I'm going to download more stuff. Got the Coca-Cola. That was the hard part. Getting a machine with that interface from the 80s. Let's see, let's see, I think a very popular one, an arcade. Arcade advertisement for pole position. Kind of helps if we lived in this era. That does work out. That's Pac-Man. That's one right there. Street Fighter. Defender. Let's see. Advertisement poster for Donkey Kong. '80s style arcade poster for Donkey Kong. Oh, I got the Donkey Kong the board game. I have that. Actually, a couple board games. I got Frogger, Donkey Kong. What's a game called Rage, whatever called the dinosaurs. All those board games. And then have Sesame Street, Mr. T, Family Matters. I got a whole bunch of board games for a collection. All wrapped, brand new, never opened. They're sitting in a storage unit. It's part of my collection, my toy collections. Remember, guy had little ponies. Everybody skipped over them. Do you know how much money little ponies are worth? They're worth a lot of money. People don't realize that. They're worth a lot of money. If you ever go into a flea market and you find a little pony wrapped up in they're worth a lot of money. People spend serious money. They call them bronies, I think that's what they're called. They will spend that money for them. I had two of them. I got one I paid $1.25 for. I got $600 for that thing on eBay. Couldn't believe it. Guy came in and paid for it just like that. He said, "You got it mint condition and wrapped up?" He said, "What, you got a time machine?" No, the Lord just directed me to places where to buy my stuff at. Yep. Actually, I found another place. Another gold mine. I can't tell you where it's at, but I found another one, and they got vintage toys in there too. See, that's the thing about it. These stores, these old stores, you can walk past them 100,000, and you never know what's sitting in those things. A lot of people, especially the Asian mom and pop stores, they never get rid of their inventory. They never do. Some of the inventory has been sitting back there since the 60s. I just saw something that I didn't believe I was looking. I'm staring right at it. I'm like, they even know how much that thing is worth. Some people really don't know. Some people who own this stuff don't even know what it's worth. They just find it's junk. They got a radio flyer. Do you know what a radio flyer is? A mint condition Radio flyer. Do you remember that bike is worth? They got it in there for $10. I had to contact one of my friends to go pick it up, put it in the truck, and take it over to my storage unit. Yeah, mint condition radio flyer. And let me tell you something, people. It's got the radio still attached to it. So yeah, that thing's worth quite a bit, and I don't think they know what it's worth. Now the thing about it is, you want to give them more, but you can't, because if they let on and find out, you're going to end up paying a lot of money for it. So you just had to sit there and go, oh, hey, I'll take this right here. Yeah, radio flyer. Radio flyer. That's the thing about knowing what's worth money and what's not. People walk past money every single day. Flea markets, garage sales, you walk past it every day, and people have money on it and don't realize what they have. You can't recognize it. You've got to educate yourself in that field. You have to know exactly what you're looking at, what it's worth. If you don't got that education line, you don't know that, you got a phone on your hand. Snap a picture of it, search it, figure out what it's going for on eBay. You got to go through rare items on eBay, rare auction sites. What did that piece of furniture, whatever it goes for? And you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. Another place I can give you a little secret on: churches. Go to the church. They got a thrift store down there. Most of the people in those churches, maybe from how long it's been there. If you had somebody, that church has been there since the era of the 50s or the 40s. What happens when, even being an older person myself, and you stop collecting, and you can't get rid of the things you own at the end of the day because they become attached to you, so they keep this stuff. Some of these people have this stuff laying around forever. And then they figure at the end of the day, I'm going to die, I'm going to pass off the earth, I'm not taking it with me, I'm just going to give it away to the church. And that's what they do. So old instruments and stuff like that are worth a lot of money. Sometimes the people from the church don't know what it's worth. They really don't. They don't know what it's worth at all, period. So have you said somebody's been around since the 1940s, that church has been there that long, and they have record players, comic books, clothing, all that stuff is worth money. They go, you know what, I don't want this anymore, I'm just going to give it to the church, you know what I mean, because I'm not going to wear it anymore, I'm not going to touch it anymore, I'm ready to pass on. And they pass it to the church, and the church just has it sitting in there, and then down through time it keeps collecting more and more stuff. But the stuff that's more expensive, stuff that's more valuable, is the stuff when that church first started off. Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that. Radio flyer. Radio flyer is a whatchamacallit. Hold on, radio flyer made a couple of things. Let me see. Radio flyer. It's like, I'm trying to think about it. I think they made a sled. It's radio flyer. I think I had one of those old sleds back in the day. Let me see. Got to know your stuff, man. People walk over stuff, don't even know what they're looking at. Really don't know what they're looking at. People sell stuff, don't even know what you got. Radio flyer, I think, is also too. Let's see. Radio flyer. Did they make a bike? Yeah, radio flyer made the bike. Vintage bike by Radio Flyer. Vintage flyer. It looks like the bike exactly from Pee Wee Herman. That's what I was staring at. It was like, had the tassels and everything on it, just like it. What was the bike from Pee Wee Herman?
According to Facebook, the Alamo has officially acquired Pee Wee Herman's iconic wrench-wing bicycle at auction. Made famous in Tim Burton's 1985 directorial debut, Pee-wee's Big Adventure, the bike became a pop culture icon.
Now, people up in Cali, they take those bikes and they hook them up. Because I know they do, they hook them up. They hook those bikes up. Most likely, I'm probably not going to keep it that long. Because again, like I said, as you get older, you realize that stuff just stays on the earth. It just stays on the earth. You got to consider the fact that when I look at antiques like that, how many people had that bike and really thought it was theirs? And it just passes on. So, chances are I probably got a buddy over in California. He's going to look at it. He's probably going to want it. I know him at the end of the day. He does bike hookups. So he's going to probably hook it up and do something nice with it. Probably keep it in its original form, which he usually does. He's going to hook it up. He's young. At the end of the day, he'll get enjoyment out of it. Me? Nah. And you realize at the end of the day, it is what it is. You will not be the only owner of that item. So might as well give it to somebody else who's going to get some enjoy out of it. 'Cause for me, it's just going to sit somewhere and collect dust. Pretty much that's what's going to happen to it. Just going to collect dust. It's like the rest of the stuff I have in my My warehouse unit, just collecting dust. Radio flyer, the sled, antique. Yeah, those are sleds. Sleds go for $300 now. $300 for one of those sleds. That was a sled right there. You get ran over by that, you were getting jacked up. And like them plastic sleds, I said it was all metal. Sharp metal blades, oh, you would definitely get jacked up. But I did like that. It was so fast. It was a fantastic sled. And you can control it by that little tiny piece in the front. Swing your weight with it. Much like I operated one of the little bobsleds or something like that. Same scenario. Yeah, swing your body weight with it. That was a fast sled. If you were in the wrong way and that sucker hit you, well, you just got jacked up, that's all. My mom was an antique collector. That's how I learned all that stuff. She used to take me antique shopping with her. She used to go to different thrift stores and such. You know exactly what to buy. Grandfather clocks, all that stuff. People look at that and walk past it. Yeah. Some of y'all walk past retirement. You literally have. Right there, staring you in the face. You walk right past it. I've seen people do it. And then as you lay on the beach, don't know how much gold is sitting on a beach right now. Remind you, a lot of these Spanish ships that sunk in the ocean carrying tons and tons. You have any idea how much money's in the ocean right now? It's a lot. The only problem is, it's going to be hard to find this stuff because, again, corrosion and pretty much most of it's pretty much got overgrown plant life over it, so you don't find half this stuff. There's a lot of sunken ships down there. There's billions of worth in the ocean right now. And you know what happens after a while? It washes up on shore. That's what happens. It takes time. It washes up, and then all this gets covered up. And that's why you see a bunch of guys with metal detectors, because they know this. They know this stuff washes up on beach. One time they'll find some weird stuff out there. It's worth a lot of money. Only problem is that you can't claim it. Anything you find in U.S. waters, you cannot claim. That's property of the United States. Now, you can get to maybe, back then, you find something, get a little media. Now today, you can get rich off media. Because they find like, hey, you found what at the end of the day? You found some Spanish ship out there that sunk, whatever, you know what I mean? It's still fully intact. You get credit for that. And that credit carries money because then you get freaking publicity, you get viral videos, get a little fame out of that. You start designing T-shirts or whatever. Like that female who walked out of a bar. She was a school teacher. She walked out of a bar and she did that whole katui thing at the end of the day. She got paid for that. She was drunk. She just made a face. She was a really nasty one. But anyway, she still made it anyway at the end of the day. And because of that, it blew up and went viral. And she started making T-shirts and all that stuff. And she got paid for it. Made a lot of money. By one quote. That's pretty much it. All it takes today to get rich. But remember, it comes with nightmares. Because she inherits some crazy stuff with it. You got to be careful. You make that kind of money in the day. Stay yourself. Don't get caught up in somebody saying, hey, we can work together and collaborate. No. Do research on everybody. And I mean deep-rooted research. Dig into some stuff. Because you'd be surprised when some people get you some trouble. So eventually, she got caught up in some Bitcoin nonsense and she owes a lot of money. The guy who does the video to do the Intel. That's how I found out about it. What happened. If you're making that money and you're good, yeah, you know what I mean? That's it. Disappears, a little piece of property, land, move on, chill. That's it. People want to come to you with opportunity, especially that Bitcoin stuff. No, I'm good. Stay away from it. Bitcoin is dangerous. It was worth money. It was worth money at a certain point when it was all new. And then you got other people that came with all these different forms of Bitcoin, animal Bitcoin, this, that, Bitcoin, or whatever, so and so and so. It's a pyramid scheme. We got the night lights. We got the boogie. Contra. Go back to what I got to do over here. We got. Did we get the Donkey Kong yet? Let me get the Donkey Kong. Did we? Give me the Donkey Kong poster. Now, for some people, think Donkey Kong, for them, would be a guy basically swinging back and forth with Donkey Kong Jr. and all that stuff. Donkey Kong, when I came up with, was a guy dropping barrels on top of Marrow's head, trying to crush him to keep him, basically trying to save the princess. Yeah, that was Donkey Kong. I go, that's the original. The original, people! The original. I can't wait for that Steam system to come out, man. The screen I'm building for that is sick. Oh, yeah. So we see some great screen paint makers are a little ruffled over that. A new Apex, Superior Black. That's just the name for it. It's not the actual name for it. We just gave it a name for that for the time being. Superior Black, what it does to a gray screen? Yeah, a gray screen, it literally turns your screen dark. And that technology is black, as you can see. You can't compete with it. So anything you have, like the holy grail of a gray screen that pretty much it talks about is this white levels, which is kind of off because I'll tell you why it's off, why you guys got it backwards. Because when the gray screen was bad on the white screen was the one talking about its white levels and talking about how dirty your white levels came up. That's what it was at that particular point. But now you talk about how you have great white levels. Well, that technology over there can read an Infinity 1 black level. And on top of that, it produces both rear and front, back and forth, and it has that SFEG, which means it can absorb sunlight. You actually saw demonstrations of it outside at 300 lumens. We showed some demonstrations of what it can do. So you got that to contend with. Then the fact that it works with hologram technology, projector mapping, interactive technology, and all that. Yeah, you got that to deal with. And then the fact that its white levels are literally so high on that screen that it can literally take a gray surface, any gray surface, and turn you orange. Like an orangish, yellowish kind of tone. And that's what you saw in the video. And that's at 10% where that technology sits right now. It hasn't even peaked at 100. Any gray screen you lay against that, it's going to change your color, makes your screen unrecognizable. It's kind of like it sucks the life source out of your screen. And mind, the projector I was using in the demonstration was the Cumi 2. It was only 300 lumens. It was eating up your screen. So imagine a black screen that can generate a white level literally so high that it makes a gray screen look unwatchable at 300 lumens. There you go. It's designed to obsolete screens. That's what it was built for. It's an obsoleter. Gunmetals can't touch it. The screen generates black. So a gunmetal screen can't go near it. And gray screens, the only thing you have left is to talk about your white levels, but you don't have it next to that. You can't read its contrast levels. You can't read its color. And you come nowhere close to the ambient light rejection what it does. So good luck on that one, because that thing will be coming out soon because it's an Apex. We're going to convert it to an Apex technology. Oh, by the way, fun fact, the arcade box over here is coated completely in Apex screen paint. So I figured we'd use an arcade screen to make an arcade setup at the end of the day. Where I got the Richmond format, my battery pack? Oh, it's over there. Mother Jerry Ghost. Mother Jerry Ghost. Ugh. It says nothing to do with you. May hear something rattling. Automatically thinks it's food. Keep it up. You're gonna weigh like 900 pounds. We're not having that, Jack. Where's my remote control of this thing? So I'm gonna get the chasers at. That freaking Kenneth Bird. Always doing something. Always doing something, that Kenneth Bird. Where's the good moment? I'm looking for this thing. Wait till you see the special effect that we're about to pull out on the new screen. We got a special effects screen coming in. Wait till you see what that thing does. It's crazy. It's an actual crazy technology. I couldn't tell you what's in those boxes. Something interesting came from Japan. We had to order it. You can go through Amazon and order stuff, but we had to go to our dealership in Japan to get that thing. Or one of them. Ho, ho, ho. This is going to blow somebody's mind at the end of the day. We can't tell you what it is, but I'm telling you at the end of the day, blow your mind. It's a physical screen, by the way. The last screen paints we have actually right now is going to be is that one, the Apex, the Ultimate Black, but the Ultimate Black Cinemax may be retired because that thing does what it does, but better. And the gunmetal. Those are the gunmetal's the last one. That's it. Everything else is physical screens. So what we got to do here? We're going to change that out with the money. Let's slow it down a little bit. It's too fast. Slow it down, speed. Got my arcade store going on. Oh, here are the chasers. Ho, ho, ho. We can dim them. Bring it down a little bit. We don't want to sort of be too bright. That's right, people. It's going to be a sick arcade store. We get done with it. Ugh. And we got our posters. We got E.T. Oh, we get that. We get the Donkey Kong yet. The Donkey Kong. I'm just trying to get one little advertisement. I need a poster advertisement. That's what we need. A poster advertisement for. We can put it on the side. Actually, this one's actually perfect. But this is Donkey Kong Jr. Donkey Kong Jr. I'll take Donkey Kong Jr. I'll take it. Gotta know that you're my hero. Let me see. Another thing they had. I want something older than that. Oh, perfect. 80s style poster for Space Invaders. I'm forgetting of Space Invaders. Oh, Centipede with the roller controller. Gotta find me a roller controller. Gotta have roller control for Centipede. Can't play Centipede without the roller controller, baby. If you ain't rolling, you ain't controlling. Oh yeah, definitely want that one. Got Space Invaders. You ain't rolling, you ain't controlling. Space Invaders. Alright, let me get these out. Get these printed out. So I can have these already set up. Get these printed out. We got the coat machine, blah, 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 blah. I want to do, what are you? We got you already. Which one are you? Oh, pole position. Alright. Which is fit. We're on fire. We don't need no water. Let them burn. Remember that song that came out. The roof is on fire. There's a curse word in there, but we don't say the curse word. That was at every. Oh, the bus don't swim. Yeah. I'm done. That's funny. You don't know about the bus don't. You probably heard the song "The Bus Don't Swim." You probably heard. You don't know where it came from. I bet you don't know where that song came from. I actually met a person over in Vistaprint from Jamaica, over there. She was a tech who was working to help him with our website, was having some issues, and she was telling me about this song that they had called "The Bus Don't Swim." And "The Bus Don't Swim" came from a guy she knew over in Jamaica, who basically was one of these people, you know, they do like they're like a police officer, but they're like a peace officer instead. But he was kind of high and mighty, very arrogant, that he was better than everybody else. So there was an issue where they had the storm that came through and the bridge got washed out, the main bridge that took the buses through over across. And the person was asking some questions, but his English wasn't all that great. And the best way he can say that nobody can cross it, nobody can pass it, the bus can't swim, that's pretty much what he said. No one can cross it, you know, too strong, the bus can't swim. So somehow, somewhere, somebody mixed it and turned it into a song, and it became a hit over in Jamaica. And then it passed over here. So yeah, the bus can't swim. It was actually a real song. But the guy over there, she was showing like they know that person at the end of the day, which I found kind of interesting. At first, he was upset by it because he felt they were making fun of him, but he got paid royalties for that, so can't be too upset after that. Man, you're getting paid royalties at the end of the day. We got our pole position, kabam, poster, bum bum bum. We're doing the retros, baby, retros, retros. If you don't know, you just don't know. We got Pac-Man over here. We did Pac-Man. What are you right here? Looks like Street Fighter. Street Fighter. This is one we don't have. It is the Donkey Kong Jr. Taking you. Oh no, I had to bring you down a small one. On that one, I'm taking you. Nobody can stop it. The bus can't swim. The bus can't swim. Became a song. Every club they have that song. The bus can't swim. So, you know, they're paying you. Who freaking cares? The bus can't swim. The bus can't swim. All right, let me see. So we're gonna have to put you here for the time being because I'm ready to loop you where I need you to go. Or we might snip it here because that's all we do need. But then we got all that extra light. I don't want to run. We got to run extra more light in here anyway. I do need the window to be separate. There we go. Phone advertisement, the arcade machine right there. I do need the window to be separate though. Once we snip it, we can't use that anymore. Ouch, mother freaking Jerry. But I need to stay in the window only. So we may just snip it there, keep that for the window, and then run another set of lights through. So I think that's the best way to do it. So let me see. You definitely don't want to cut it there. If you cut it there, you will jack it up. Alright, so there's no way in the world we can curve this around and come back around because I would like to use more of this light. Can we bring it down here? No, it's going to look tacky. We're going to have to do it piece by piece, light by light. Okay, let's see where we're snapping this thing off so we don't jack it up. So I'm going to stay right here. Overlay. See what happens. Oh, there we go. The bus can't swim. The bus can't swim. Nobody can stop it. Alright, now it's going to be stuck in my vocabulary for the rest of the day. Let's get that off of there. Thank you. So now we got our window light put in. This right here. We can get another piece to actually attach this. Yeah, we can do this. But we'll do that later on. That involves a little soldering. Alright, let me see. I'm going to put down some... We got that, we got that, we got that, we got that. That, right there, and I got that. We got the Space Invaders. Let me see. We got Donkey Kong. BT for the poster board. We got we don't have Space Invaders. What is that? SET. That's Pac-Man, Street Fighter, Defender. We don't have Space Invaders. We don't have that. So let me get Space Invaders. Space Invaders, and I'll get some more posters on top of that. Let me see. Now, I want to do it. We got just for the other billboard. So I think most likely, sort of machines on the next side. Most likely, I definitely want to do a sneaker commercial, a sneaker kind of display. Yes. Okay. Let me see. '80s style Adidas sneaker advertisement. Or 80s style billboard for McDonald's. That'd be nice too, the McDonald's. Can we find a vintage McDonald's? Let me see. 80s style vintage McDonald's advertisement. I didn't put much into that imagination. I guess it worked for our era at the end of the day. On the pickles, on the lettuce, hold up, ladies, don't upset. We can't put that clown on. That clown freaks me out. And I tell you the truth, no. The Ronald McDonald clown doesn't freak me out. It freaks other people out. And we still have one. We literally have one. There is one. There's a children's hospital. They have one. I don't know if they moved it or not. But it's one sitting in the back on a seat back there. Ronald McDonald's house, I think it is. Yeah, they have one back there. I can't remember why they got rid of the clown. It was something jacked up they got rid of. It was involved. I think it was it. That might have triggered that one off. Which is funny, because it's like my buddy pretty much ruined it for, my buddy and kids, Chucky ruined it for my buddy. Because Chucky, my buddy looked exactly like Chucky. Almost to a certain degree it did. And I know I've mentioned this just before, but bet you, yeah, that's it right there. This thing is over here in Philadelphia. But anyway, I bet you some people think that McDonald's, Gen Z does, think that, because I've had this conversation, they think McDonald's was open like late at night. No, McDonald's wasn't open late at night. McDonald's closed at 6 o'clock. For those you're in the era, remember that. Because they had a campaign, the Moon Man. The Moon Man was advertising that McDonald's is now open after dark because of their drive-through window. Called Mac the... Oh, wait, no. Mac Tonight. Was it Mac Tonight? It was Mac Tonight. Tonight, yeah. But the original song is from Bobby Darin about a hitman that explains his normal day of going around killing people, called Mac the Knife. The song is exactly the same way. Exactly. I listened to that type of music. So the first time I heard it, I was like, it sounds familiar. It sounds like Mac the Knife. And that's what it was. They got I don't know what they did. Maybe they got to paint him a little bit more. I don't know. The guy's not around anymore, but they had to be family members now who are attached to that now. But anyway, long story short, that song that comes on with the moon playing the music, it's actually the song that goes to Mac the Knife. And Mac the Knife is not a serial killer, he's a mob hitman. And he explains his daily routine on killing people. And that's what the song's about. Isn't that interesting? Yeah, there you go. And people were freaked out by the Moon Man. I wasn't. I thought the Moon Man was kind of cool looking. It was magical. But no. He was literally singing a song that went about a mobster hitman that's going on his daily routine of killing people. So you ever have a chance, watch Mac Tonight, and then listen to Bobby Darin's Mac the Knife. And you're like, oh crap. Yeah, exactly the same. Mackey's back in town. The hitman was called Mackey. They call him Mac, but it was called Mackey. Can you imagine that you do that type of work for a living, and then when your day comes, your number comes up, and you're offed, and or something happens, you have a heart attack, whatever happens, and you wake up in the next world, staring at this thing that was talking to you the entire time? That has got to be some crazy stuff when you think about it. Because you're going to meet it, and you're definitely going to meet it. It's definitely going to come see you. It's definitely going to come see you. And people say, why want to come see you now? Because it runs the risk of losing you. You see the devil in true form, you know how freaky that thing would do? You probably wouldn't even survive. You'd probably have a heart attack and die. Most likely you would go into shock and cancel out, because you wouldn't be able to handle something like that. But anyway, They can't show their true forms. They'd scare you away. The whole object is to keep you, so that way they can get you, not scare you away. That thing pops up in the middle of your living room and say, "Hey, I'm the guy that's been telling you to do all this." You would freak, you lose your mind. And if you are able to stay intact, I don't know how that would be possible because I heard they're pretty. Whatever God turned them into, they're pretty hideous. You would never be one to commit a sin ever again in your life after what you just saw. And you become a Christian, and you get saved, and you be out there preaching to the Lord. They don't want that. That's the opposite thing they want. You don't want to turn into a warrior of Christ. That's the last thing they want. So let's keep it secret, so we don't let you know what we are, and we'll just play this game with you. So when the time comes, if you run out of time on the earth, you have to be called back, but you don't have forever here, or they can figure out a way how to get rid of you. And then when you reach there, they already have you already, so you can see what they really look like. And man, you can scream and scream and scream and scream, going to almost near madness. You won't do a world of good. You're down there for eternity for that thing. But I imagine that people at the end of the day who have that type of life, and then if you wake up in the next world and you're trapped in there with it, or with it, because there's a bunch of them. God knows what those things look like. There's nothing you can do about it. You can call on God, but God won't hear you. Not if you're over there, He won't. Because you don't have mercy in there. You don't have any mercy while you're in there. None at all. There's no mercy for you. And then keep in mind, that's just the beginning stage of it. That's the beginning stage, because when the battle of Armageddon comes and the devil's thrown into that pit, you'll be there forever. You'll never leave. So that's why I say I find it kind of crazy that people who have that type of lifestyle, and you may think you're the biggest, baddest, toughest person on the face of the planet, but there's something far worse than you right now. Far worse than you. And it talks to you every single day. Watches you when you sleep, eats with you, sleeps with you, the whole 9 yards. Just sitting there staring at you, waiting for its time. That's all it's waiting for. Just time. It's watching you. Every day, it watches you. You can't escape it, but it's watching you every day. So you got people out there that are hitmen, mob members, where you may be, 12 guys in the day, and they think, yeah, there's something way worse watching you. Groups of them, across the street, anywhere, sitting there watching you. And if someone gave you the ability to see what's watching you, I guarantee you become a Christian. I guarantee you. You'd be terrified. You'd be terrified to probably leave your house if you saw what was watching you every day. Just grinning and smiling while looking at you. Just waiting. It's time out. You can't be here forever. They know that. You can't be here forever. So just wait. We'll wait it out. But until then, they'll get you to do as much destructive stuff as possible so they can guarantee that they're going to keep you. You're an investment to them. To the devil, you're an investment. And then when the time comes, and you pass off this earth, I told you, in hospitals, there are demons and angels in hospitals, collecting what belongs to them. Imagine if you're in the hospital and you can see some rooms are black and some rooms are light. Rooms that are black, Satan's there. Rooms that are light, God's there. I couldn't imagine that. I could not imagine that Passover if you're on the wrong side. So, you could be the toughest guy on the face of the planet, you'll meet something far worse, more horrible than you could ever imagine. The only problem is that you can't escape it and you can't leave it. Yep. So, you got people at the end of the day who thought they got away with murder. Because before we had the technology era and all that, people back in the Wild West and maybe the 1800s, 1400s, 1200s, go out and kill people, murder people. And think at the end of the day, nobody will know, nobody will find out. You can do a lot of people at the end of the day for somebody to pick up on it. But, think about all the murderers that got away with stuff back then. All this crazy stuff. And they're laying back there in some shack somewhere, It's their last day on this earth. And they pass off the earth and they die. And they figure at the end of the day, no one ever caught me on all the murders and things that I've done. And God's like, I watched everything you do. Yep. So, you don't get away with anything on this earth. You don't get away with one thing. Not one thing. You don't get away with anything. How small is that advertisement there? Ugh. Nothing. Get away with nothing. People get upset with me when I talk like this, but you know, it is what it is. You're not going to be here forever. You're not promised tomorrow. No, you don't have no promise tomorrow. You don't have none. You don't have that. And you start thinking about God when we're about to die. Then we think about God. Let me see. Bum, 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 bum. Where is... Okay, see, there's an image. I got to go put that image up. That's a good advertisement for McDonald's. Just got to figure out what size it's going to be in there. All right, let me see. Print this out. Oh, that's a perfect advertisement for that, too. I know the ET is a little bigger. The ET. Just about the ET will fit up in there. I'm going to have to trim the size a little bit just to get it in there. Right? Let's get in there. So let me see. I'm going to go with... that one should fit. Let's try this one first. McDonald's, McDonald's. I like McDonald's. I like them. I keep saying tonight from used to the music. I like the people that they creeped it out. The Moon Man creeped them out. I like them. I like them. I'm gonna get a picture of it. I'm gonna get a statue of them. I know they have statues on whatchamacallit and put it on my desk. Somebody was terrified of him. But what? It's a Moon Man. How can you be terrified of him? You go to McDonald's after dark. I remember that. So we going 3 o'clock. Going to Mickey D's. I'm about to get myself. We're out of ink. We hit the whatchamacallit, we're out of ink, but we're good. We got the last thing we need anyway. I gotta go buy ink right now. Order some ink. Get some ink. Alright, get my trash cans in here so we don't lose them. I'm going to work on my machine, my Coca-Cola machine. Coca-Cola. Some were saying, but I thought you said when you come in, you're going to do this whole whatchamacallit sheet. Yeah, I ain't doing it. You know why? I've done it already. I like literally repeating stuff I already did already. I did that gray, black, red, whatever. We did it already. We literally done that one already, like multiple times. Don't waste my time on that nonsense. If you haven't seen our demonstrations, you've seen our demonstrations. We've done all that stuff. The difference between our gray screens, we do them all the time. You know what I mean? And if you still haven't processed that, then there's no point. There is no point. There's no point in coming on here and having that conversation. There's no point at all. Because we talked about that one over a dozen times about why it doesn't work. And I have to keep bringing that up over and over again. I'm moving on. It's just like talking to a wall. Ain't no point in having that conversation. We cut that out, right? We did cut it out. Because this ain't it. This is too small. This is the one that was too small. That one was much bigger. Let me see. Because I did cut that one out. Where did we put it at? It's on the floor. Probably $100. It probably dropped on the floor. But I did cut it out. Oh, you better find it. We just depleted ink. So we got to be here somewhere. Enough ink to get that thing printed out. So it better be here. I know I cut it out. The big question is where I put it at when I cut it out. Yeah, we did cut it out because there's a cutout part over right there. We got a Pepsi machine, but I don't want to do Pepsi. I want to do Coca-Cola. Like, why? You like Coca-Cola? Yeah, actually, I do like Coca-Cola better than Pepsi. I drink Pepsi if I have to. I don't hate it, but I like Coca-Cola better. Coca-Cola. Matter of fact, speaking about that, I want some ice cream and Coca-Cola. So I gave my friend the cereal. She's blown away by it. She's like, what? They have a cereal? So yeah, that's right. That's right. Oh my goodness. Going around the office showing other people. You got me Wednesday cereal. There it is right there. You got me Wednesday cereal. Unbelievable. That's the size of the first one. It was way too small. Wednesday cereal. Thank you. You're welcome. I thought she'd get a kick out of it. That's why I got it for her. I'm a yellow ribbon around that old tree. It's been 3 long years since you... Oh, the glue sticks. I've got the abundant 100 glue sticks. Just ordered them. 100 glue sticks. More glue sticks than I could possibly ever want. It is time to build crazy stuff. We got to build an aquarium. Oh man, we got to put in an aquarium. Aquariums are easy to build. A virtual aquarium. Using the new technology. Using the new technology. The blue. The blue. The Arctic blue technology. Gonna be putting that in next. Oh yes, gonna build our own aquarium. It's gonna be our Arctic blue screen. Plexiglass, of course. Gonna build ourselves a cardboard fish tank. Yes, equipped with lights, all that cool stuff. Yeah. And then we got some new technology on the show, which is completely invisible tech. That's the new stuff we're working on. The invisible stuff. This is crazy. Do you feel my energy? Do you feel it? Ooh, taco. Wow. Oh, man. You like that paper? Oh, you like that paper? You like that paper? Here, play with the paper. You like that paper? Look at this little chewy kitty. Look at him chewing on the paper. He loves the paper. You like the paper? The paper likes you. You like the paper. Don't eat that paper all the time. Just chew on it a little bit. He's chewing on the paper. He loves cardboard. I got a cardboard little castle I'm building for him. It's pretty cool though too. On top of that, people say, "Oh, Mr. Bud, you said you're gonna." We're building a piece today. We have enough glue. We got like 3 glue sticks left over. So I may wait till my bundle gets here, and then we're gonna build. But we can actually build the case. We can cut it all out, map it all out, how we're gonna do it all. So that's what we're gonna do. And the theme is gonna be wet paint. I got some little painter guides coming in to do the paint job. You know, they're gonna be all 3D printed out, or maybe we can find them and get them ourselves, or we can make them out of pipe cleaners. We don't even know. We don't even know, people, how we're gonna do this, but it's gonna be done. Ooh, that'd be a great idea. Pipe cleaner guys that glow in the dark. Oh, we may have to build that ourselves. I think I'm gonna do it myself. What do you think, Taco? Yes, we can build our own little people. Now the tavern, because right now I have to expand the windows and build a caulk system in there, so we can make that window look a little bit more realistic through the windows. And our tavern, we are going to have to build the outside out and then build this section around it. So it's going to be designed so we can pull the whole outside out and look at the tavern. Much like we have in the arcade, arcade unit, the entire roof comes off like a little lid, which allows me to go in and, you know, arcade, set things up in there. Maybe I want to change out the arcade machines. I don't know. We don't know. We're just building stuff. Let's see. Now with the stuff we got going on in the home front, working with these canisters that are soaking cardboard. They've been soaking in there for quite some time, about a year so far, of this new solution we're building to make cardboard completely weatherproof. I know they make it, but we're going to make it for far cheaper because, you know, the next adventure we have, eco-friendly projection screens completely made all out of cardboard. Oh, wait till you see these things will look like. And if all works out with this new testing, I'm going to make myself a cardboard sink. Oh, yeah, because that'd be fun. That'd be fun to have a cardboard sink. I want to print on it and everything, shipping prints on it and all that stuff on. Like, is your sink cardboard? Yeah, it is. Just run some water in there, man. Just run some water in there. Pretty groovy, right? Pretty groovy, people. Pretty groovy. I like to think outside the box. As a matter of fact, we don't think outside the box. We live out there. We live outside the box. Yep, GPS, where we want to go. We got some white glow in the dark paint. We're gonna have to put that Coke and basically in white glue. Yes. Now someone's asking for Cyberpunk. Oh yeah, we're definitely doing cyber. I'm a huge fan of Cyberpunk. We're definitely doing one of them. I told you my friend's got these old cell phones. We're going to convert those cell phones into little micro monitors all over inside, and they all work, they all activate, and they all can go online and can watch YouTube videos of every single one of them. That's going to be a fun job to do. Now, instead of plugging them in, we're going to run it through a USB battery pack. There's going to be to run multiple USB outputs into one unit, and we'll be done. Mr. Purdy. Ooh, what are you doing? Over there, being extra tacolicious. That's what my cat. He loves me. He can't help it. He's furry. Can't have no choice. No choice, Taco, right? You love me? All right? You love me, Taco? I love you. We got all our stuff printed out. We still got to work on the PC over there with the CO2 nitro tanks over there. Get that done. Get the hooked up piping system all running through there. Get it all light, bright, icicles, ice cube, the whole 9 yards. Over at the other PC right over here, we got the flowers on it. More neon glow. We actually need green to set it off because we got too much blue and whatever colors in there. But we need a touch of green to set that off. And I need a couple more butterflies in there. Some smaller butterflies I'm going to put in there. And as for the Fallout Steampunk, customization with fans. I'm going to do a couple of customized fans designs for that. And we got to put the PC in there, modification, all the good stuff. And then we got that whole see-through PC, which we're going to be working on pretty soon. That's going to have a whopping maybe 50, 80 graphic card in that baby. And a motherboard that's going to hold 256 gigs of PC. Well, not PC 3000 OC, it's kind of old. But anyway, it's going to run that. I think I want to do DDR5. You know what DDR5 or DDR4 at 256 gigs of RAM? That's insane, isn't it? It is insane, yeah. So we're going to be using no hard drives. Hard drives we're going to use are basically going to be the M2s. M2's hard drives at about 2 terabytes for each. And we're going to put probably roughly about 4 in there. So it's going to be a pretty sick looking box. Yes, it's our tube. Our tube. It's going to be interesting. Now, I seen the Steam box. I freaking love it. I freaking love the Steam machine, whatever you want to call it. I call it the Steam box. I like it. But I want to build my own. So the one I'm going to be building is going to be black, but difference between theirs and mine is mine's an actual screen because we developed the black technology, as you saw in the demonstration. Yes. They'll be using that technology. So the cube itself is an actual screen with the built-in PC in that one. Yes. And then later on, when GTA finally launches, we'll be building the retro style GTA Vice City PC. It's going to be completely portable. I can take it anywhere I want to go. Do you feel the power, people? Do you feel the power? Meanwhile, the new naysayers are coming to our channel like, oh, he doesn't just talking or at the end of the day, he just gets nothing done. Nothing done at all. He just doesn't do anything at all. He's just in there chatting in this room, just in there talking. Oh, you see how fast the program, how beautiful the program is. Look at my invisible projection screen. That's my invisible monitor. When I get done, I got to build the frame system for it, but it's been pretty cool to get done with it. But it just does nothing. All we just chat and talk and talk and talk. He doesn't do anything. He doesn't get anything done. That's all he does. Okay, you know, whatever. Each its own, apples and oranges. You know, we can add in that 14,000 and counting on our YouTube channel of us just building some crazy stuff, right? Okay, just put it there. Right there. We don't do anything at all. We just nothing at all. Nothing at all. We don't do anything at all. Nothing at all. Just chatter, chatter, chatter. Now, for anyone who's basically trying to place orders, please understand that we do not take orders overseas anymore. Sorry about that. But because Postal Service and I don't know what went on and what changed or whatever, but we can't track. And if we can't track and can't find it, we can't track. It's not worth it. That's too risky, especially when I'm dealing with PayPal's policies. So too risky. Too risky, people. We can't do it. Sorry about that. Sorry for the inconvenience. But you can do like my friend. He basically had to ship to somebody. in United States, so we can do it that way. That's not a problem. But the other way, problem. So we can't do it. Sorry about that, but I've been shipping overseas for a long time, and I really do like doing it, but unfortunately we can't. I'm still baffled by that other customer who says he'd been to the website, and he said that he tried to figure out where to place the order at. It's literally in big letters right there where it says we do not only ship United States only. If you go to the shipping policy, it's there. Every shopping cart, it's there. I don't know how he missed that part. Then we have some people that'll place the order anyway, right? They'll be slick and place the order anyway, saying we won't see it. I'm not a big company at the end of the day. It's just me, so I'm the only one that's going to see it. So we have to return the money back to your account because we can't ship it. It'd be a major headache for me. What did you do? Why do you always do something idiotic in the day? Huh? Can't do normal stuff with a normal time. You gotta do idiotic stuff. Stop doing idiotic stuff. Jeez. Keep it up in case you put a parry. Not really, but still. I was doing something crazy. I just saw that he pulled the wires out from my lights in the back. I'm looking at him like, what well, wires are we over there? You got all these toys in here. Play with your toys, not mine. That's my stuff. Does he learn? No, he does not. All right. I'm touching my stuff at the end of the day. All right, let me see. Give me that corn and I don't care. Give me that corn and I don't care. Because that's the way I do it. All right, I'm going to need this. I don't know why I put this up. Someone said, you're not going to be bothering with this again. And now we have to bother with this again. Where are you? Give me this. It's over here, like so. There you are right there. I think that shit is you. No, that's not you. Why are you always at the top? Sorry about that, people. It's me grabbing for something. Trying to get my hands on it. It's under my desk. And I'm trying to get my hands on it. Give me a minute. I should put this one at the bottom. This is not the one I'm going to grab for all the time. So with this one back here. I need you. Not you. I'll put you back in there so you're on the bottom. Alright, there you stay right there. And you guys stuff over here. Then we got corn and I don't care. That's the way we do it. Alright, we got that in there. Good. Put that back to where it was. Back over here. I'm going to take this out. Get it right there. So we're good. We'll order some more. Put you back up. Oh, be nice. Be nice. Be nice. Oh. Paper on my phone. Can I have some more? We do. I need to be on getting cooked in here. Cool. And I need a paintbrush. Charging unit, put me there. Right there. In about a few minutes when I finish this, I have to do cleanup maintenance. I got to take apart my cooling system and clean my fans out. That needs to be cleaned out, and the air cleaners need to be cleaned out. Desperately get them done. All right. Now, keep in mind, as I said before, the entire PC, funny. Entire setup is painted in gamer paint. So this is all done in gamer paint. Oh, please. Stop hitting stuff. It might have been better if I just built it first and then painted it. That would have been easier. We're going to do it that way and see. That would be easy to do. Let me get this to dry out. Because that would have been the easiest way to do it. Not sure. This is the same size as this. This is the same size as this. That's the big concern, is it? Oh, wait, don't get that on there, please. There it is. Okay. You want to be forever young. Bum, 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 bum. Now, if you ever want to build a starship, you're trying to figure out how to put all those little lights in there, like a retro flying saucer you had back in the day. It's actually pretty easy to do. It's actually two saucer dinner plates, little saucer plates you put on your tea on top of, and you just have to have a little piece in between about that wide that goes all the way around. So pretty much all you do is just take a piece of cardboard, line it, drop the two plates on top of it, take the chasers and run it from one end to the next, and then put it right inside. Drop the USB at the bottom, plug it in, and woo! Everything else you can make glow in dark. Now if you want to put a little spotlight at the bottom, that's easy too. And make these little spotlights a USB. You can actually do a USB connector and plug two of them at the same unit and plug it at the bottom. That way you have the spotlight and the lights are on top. Easy to do. Now if you want to go a little bit more crazy, you cut a little little window in there, put a little plexiglass, put a little man behind her like he's flying it. That'd be cool too. See, easy to do. Easy to do. There we go, people. There we got a little sewing machine right there. Where's our whatchamacallit? It's drying over here. Got our piece drying over here. We should have basically built it first and then do the whole drying part to it. But Mr. Bird was not thinking on that level. One of the things I am going to install into our rundown barn. I'm getting a barn that's run down. I want to build it with my own hands. Fix it, repair it, the whole 9 yards, everything myself. I'm putting a swing rope in that sucker. Swing rope. So I can swing from one end to the next. Yep. I'm building an area you can climb up, go step across a pallet, get on it, and swing from one section to the next. Now most people say that's not a normal home. It's not designed to be a normal home. I hate normal homes. I hate walls. I hate them. It's like being restricted. Can't stand walls. You got kitchen has to be here, and bathroom has to be here, and why does it have to be like that? Why can't I just have it anywhere I want? Maybe I want the kitchen downstairs, maybe I want it upstairs, you know what I mean? I want it the way I want to design it. And I definitely want a couple of them fireman poles and I can slide down. That'd be pretty hot, pretty fun. So yeah, sliding board? Oh heck yeah. You don't take stairs, we got sliding boards. So yeah, that's what I want them today. I want the same humdrum boring house. We have stairs here. We have bathroom here. Boring. I gotta hook it up the way I want to hook it up. That's what I want. One of those bookcases where you move out of bookcase, the whole thing swings around, you're in another room. That kind of crazy stuff at the end of the day. Or my personal favorite, what I've always wanted to do, is just have this door that opens up, a slim door, and it's just this little spiral, little wide, little narrow hallway, and it just blows up into this huge, massive entertainment room. Nothing but books, reading room, fireplace, the whole 9 yards. Yeah, like that kind of like hollow kind of look to it. All the windows are circled, little stained glass at the top, and maybe got this tree pushing through on the other side. That would be sick. You know what I mean? Like, why are the hallways so narrow? And just boom, just explodes and blows up on you. I want that room to be circle. And have a tree growing through, like an oak tree, not a real tree, fake tree, but growing right through it. That would be sick. Little apples lean over top of it, but all the apples are optic fiber lighting. So that's what I'm talking about, people. I really should have gotten architecture work. Actually, I wanted to be an architect at one point. Literally wanted to. I went to school for it and everything. And then for some reason, it died out. I don't know what happened. I just lost the passion for it. Who knows? Who even knows? With me and you'll see my imagination. Ouch. Do do do. Do 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 do. It's funny, I watched Willy Wonka's for the first time. I thought that was the most incredible thing ever. Especially being a person who loves candy. To this day, I still can't watch Willy Wonka without having a Snickers bar or something sweet, or play Candyland without having sugar on me. Do 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 do. You know, at the end of the day, when they say, hey, can you build a Victorian dollhouse? I'm like, how big do you want it? Victorian dollhouse? Seriously? Me and cardboard? But matter of fact, we don't even do cardboard. Actually, we get that little thin wood that's used for hobby wood. Yeah, we definitely get over salt. We would build the daylights out of that sucker. Yeah, that'd be a huge freaking Victorian home. The centerpiece, you would have that centerpiece tower in the middle that has that one piece that comes up, and you have to put the little railings around the top of it, and the roof would have to be tiled. You have to do that when you have the weather main at the top. But that one window, you would have that huge window in the front with a little chandelier right in the middle of it, and you would have it when you come inside, and the staircase just pours out right into the, what do you call it? The vestibule. We call it the vestibule, the downstairs area where people come through the front door. You're supposed to be met with that grand staircase. And that grand staircase pushes up to the top, whereas this beautiful chandelier with this huge, massive window, yeah, now you guys, how you build it. We gotta build one day. We have to build one day. It's a pour out into a pour out. See, there's other places that are designed it. When you open the door, the room opens up around you. Hey. Where the freak did my whatchamacallit go? We just out right here. We got to paint it in first. Where's my whatchamacallit at? Here we go. Hey, you're not supposed to be on there. I got to get around to showing you how to make a jawbreaker out of using a ping pong ball. Yep, jawbreakers. And they smell like candy too. Don't have them around, kids, please. Put those things up. But yeah, how to make Christmas art. Should we do one? Should we do a Christmas factory? We should make a Christmas factory. I think we should make one. I've got the urge. We should design one. A Christmas factory with candy canes, gumdrops, or my personal favorite, Hansel and Gretel. I'm a big fan of Hansel and Gretel. Hansel and Gretel is actually my all-time favorite child story. Why? We got it all. Got a crazy witch in there, spooky forest, and then you got a mean stepmother with a loving father, and you got a witch in the woods with a house made of candy. all the things needed for the perfect story. And then you have Hansel and Gretel. I told you, in my family, we have sweet tooths. We like sugar. That witch would have had a rough day. A rough day. We all would end up in court. We're like, dun, 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 dun. Here's the defendant. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, she would have got jacked up. Mind you, she didn't have any powers. Did you know that? The witch in Hansel and Gretel didn't have any power. Her stuff was enchanted. She didn't have actual powers. The oven was enchanted because the oven was designed that when you put kids into it, they turn into cookies. That's where the gingerbreads were around the house. They were kids. So that's what that was. So the oven was enchanted. She had a flying broom. Some of the stories, she had an actual flying broom. Broom was enchanted, but she didn't have any powers because when she got Hansel and Gretel, she actually tricked them into coming in the house. And then, that kind of sounds jacked up on so many levels, but she tricked them into coming into the house, and then she put Hansel in a cage, and she made Gretel feed Hansel, which is pretty jacked up, cook, and so they could feed Hansel to fatten him up, because she's trying to put both of them in the oven. And that's how they tricked them, because the witch's eyesight was really poor, and they kept giving her a bone, and she thought they were too thin. That's how they prolonged their life inside that cage until they got out, and they put her butt in that freaking oven, and she got cooked. But she didn't have any actual powers at all, period. Nothing. She was just a crazy old lady in the woods who just had enchanted objects at the end of the day. So, somebody would have walked up on her and had some man strength, she'd have got jacked up. So she didn't have any powers. She just had enchanted stuff. If she didn't come out and turn into a dragon or didn't turn into a bear or anything like that, she didn't do any of that whatsoever. She just had enchanted items, that's all. But yeah, in our family, we're sugar fiends too, and majority of them military. Oh, she would have had a rough day that day at the end of the day. Where's she at? Where's she going? She got sniped. She wouldn't even had a minute out there. She got sniped. That'd be an interesting version of Hansel and Gretel. You know what I mean? But yeah, she'd have been out there, you know what I mean, doing a little thing at the end of the day. I'm like, target acquired. Next you know, you see a little infrared dot coming up on her leg and coming up on her shirt, and the bugger hit, poof, turn it into a jack-o'-lantern with a firecracker in it. Yep. Target down. Go in there and just, oh yeah, we come out with the chainsaws and everything and cut down her freaking place and cut everything up. Man, devour that place would be gone, man. We wouldn't make it disappear. It would disappear. You wouldn't see any sign of it. Get rid of her, get rid of her house, everything. It'd be just gone. But no, that's crazy. That's the craziest kind of way of doing it. But other than that, you just bombard her, bump into her, have an argument with her, and then we just jack her up and then basically just eat her house. And she's around the court like, no, you understand. They came to my house, they freaking tied me up, and they ate my crib. They ate everything. Everything. There's just nothing there. Yeah. You got the wrong people at the end of the day. But see, even Hansel and Gretel was even to take her out. They took her out. She was blind. She bent over into the oven. They pushed her in. So 2 kids took her out. I'm pretty sure anybody else can jack her up. That's all. She just didn't bump into the right person. Now, you got a person that come out there, you know what I mean? Somebody, knight in armor, a soldier come out there. She would have got jacked up. She ain't got no freaking weapon. She doesn't have the ability to have power. Now, wait, you think about it. So was the Witch of the West. She didn't have powers either. Technically, she didn't have them. No, she didn't. She had enchanted items. The broom was enchanted. And she could cast spells. That's basically as far as she could go as her power. That's it. Now, if you look at the sorcerer, what's it called with Disney? That one had power because that one could change into things. She was very dangerous, but not the whatchamacallit when you think about it. She had a bunch of monkeys. That's basically about it. She had spells. That was it. That was it. Spells. That's basically about it. Nothing real powerful at the end of the day. So Thanos could literally whip her behind. Then just snapped his finger. She should have disappeared. Hulk? Yeah. Hulk definitely would have been. You're green like I'm green. Hulk different from you. Boom! And she'd be gone. But anyway, I don't want to mess with the classics with that. But just a theory, we sitting there cracking up talking about the end of the day. Like, yeah. She would have got jacked up because we're sugar fiends at the end of the day. There's nobody around to avoid at that house. There's no way in the world. All that sugar out there? Oh yeah. Should have something chopping on the side of the house. Like, oh my goodness. Now, what are you gonna do? Can't throw me in your oven? Oh, eat your oven. Yeah, that'd have been funny. We all been sitting in court. Cops would have been out there. Like, so what happened? These guys just came up on my property and just started chewing into my property. I was just minding my own business. Yeah. Get some hippies up here that just got finished somebody chicken chon, just got smoking a lot of weed. Her place would have been going. But it still would have been funny to watch. Rumpelstiltskin too is another person that at the end of the day didn't have a lot of. Yeah. No. He cursed people and wrote spells. That's basically about it. But you still take them out. And he had immortality. None of them had immortality. Why are people afraid of these things? There's no immortality whatsoever. It ain't like you're dealing with Jason. Can you imagine Jason bumped into that witch? Yeah, that wouldn't have went well. But still, at the end of the day, no power. No, you didn't think about it. You were just frightening, that's all. When you really think about the concept of it, you didn't have any power at all. Man, you walked up in there strapped and bumped into that witch. Like, wonder what this is all about. Should have came to that door like, who are you? Like, what the freak are you? So I'm a witch. Don't I? Let me get this straight. You have immortality? Like, really? Boom! You coming at me at a threatening matter, and you're talking about the end of the day that, you know what I mean, you're this witch and you got all this power and something. Wait, hold on. Before we get down the scroll you're doing, you got immortality? Like, no. Boom! That'd have been it. All right, then. Problem solved. Let's move on. I got time for your speech. Point me in the direction of peppermints. She's like, you shot me. You shot me. Hey, look, you're the one that came to the door with this mighty speech and this scroll up in the day. I ain't time to listen to this nonsense in the day. You're tricking me to go near that oven. You lost your mind. You turn me into a cookie. Forget that Pepperidge Farm nonsense. Turn me into a cookie. So wait a minute. You destroy the oven. Doesn't that basically set all the kids free? They pushed her in the oven, and all the kids became back to being kids again. That's like kidnapping. That's a jacked up story when you think about it. Some of these nursery rhymes are pretty jacked up. Some of them were political, like Humpty Dumpty sat on the wall, Humpty Dumpty had a great fall, all the king's horses and all the king's men could but Humpty. And London Bridge is a really jacked up one. Rockabye Baby, that's a real messed up one too. Rockabye Baby on the treetop. Yeah. Down will come baby, cradle and all. Who sings that to a kid? Rockabye baby on the treetop, when the wind blows, the cradle will top. Down will come baby, cradle and all. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, it's about a kid on top of for some reason, on top of a tree somewhere in a windy day and falls off. I don't even know who comes up with it. I think some of this stuff was political. Back then they did have political songs that they sung against what they were going through, against whatever they were going through. I know some of the songs were political songs. But how in the world did they end up as being nursery rhymes? I had an old lady who lived in a shoe that had so many kids that didn't know what to do. That's one. Maybe birth control may be something you might want to invest in. If that's the case, if you're having so many kids, you don't know what to do. Might be a thought right there. Oh wait, I forgot. Didn't have birth control in the era. I didn't have birth control at all. Who was the person who invented it? bit of. See, this is why my brain never shuts off. A million and one idea things pop up in my head. Now I'm curious about this one. I'm doing this. What about the birth control? And that's a big topic right there. Abortion. I don't believe in abortion. I don't believe in abortion. I don't believe you. At the end of the day, so well, the baby's not born. Who makes that decision? You or God? You can make that decision. Go have that conversation with him when your time comes. See how that works out for you. Mind you, he's the creator of life and death. You figure that one out in the day. You're going to talk to the person who created the universe and all life on the planet about basically taking something that doesn't belong to you at the end of the day. You're going to have a nice conversation that day. It ain't going to be long. It's going to be short. You'll get a chance to meet the other one. God forbid you don't. You don't want to meet that one at all, period. But God is responsible for life. That's when you're going to have that conversation with. And people go on this planet and they act like they have control and they can do what they want. This is why we have these crazy storms that pop up. We have horrific storms that are unexplainable storms. People want to put it on global warming. Yeah, global warming wasn't back in BC and AC and all those different centuries. They had massive, insane storms that would pop up. We didn't have global warming at that particular time. So how would you explain it? That's God's way of basically telling man on the earth that you don't control jack. And you don't. Now, I explained that one. I mean, the fact that man thinks he owns all this. Well, one day if God decides to launch a meteor, decides to Texas toward us, we're doomed. Well, how are you gonna fix that one? The military can't do anything against that. We have nothing to stop it. When you really think about it, there's nothing to stop it. And it's just interesting when you think about that the billions and billions and billions of meteors up there floating around, flying past the Earth every second, something passing by us, that not one of them has slammed into a city so far. It would be catastrophic. So, yeah. Interesting. And there's nothing we can do about it. Not a thing. Can't launch a warhead. Matter of fact, Armageddon was a perfect example. What something that happened, and when they explained all the scenarios at NASA, what they could do to get rid of it, which you can't blow it up, because if you blow it up, you're just going to have bigger pieces, a lot of them, coming back at the Earth. So you can't do that. That's impossible. And to launch a crew up there, we can't even launch people on the moon. And how are we going to launch somebody on a moving asteroid? This ain't going to happen. You just basically just put your head between your legs and just wait for it. That's all you can do. You can't stop something like that. Hopefully, well, you don't want to land it in the ocean. That's the last thing you want to do. If it lands in the ocean, then you're going to definitely have a problem at the end of the day. And it's the Earth, you're definitely going to have a problem at the end of the day. There's no way to get around it. All you can do is pray. But people get mad at me and tell me, oh, you don't believe in abortion? No, I don't believe in abortion. I don't. I don't believe in it at all. Now, if you have a child and happen through something bad that happened, I hate to say it, but today we can put the child for adoption. Reese's still alive at the end of the day. But the whole abortion thing is abuse, because I've seen women, fast women, get pregnant, go get abortion. Go out and do the old dirt, get pregnant, get abortion. But just imagine you yourself, if your parents decided at the end of the day that they wanted an abortion, I mean, you wouldn't be here right now. So for people actually believe in basically getting an abortion, just consider the fact that your parents can have the same thought about you. And that means you wouldn't be here right now. I had that conversation with somebody. We have an abortion clinic not too far from where we're at over here. And there are some people out there, their opinions at the end of the day about why they think abortion should be legal. And I looked up at the end of the day, I said, well, what happens if your parents decide to do that to you? Then what? You wouldn't be out here having this conversation. You couldn't even share this opinion because you wouldn't even exist. Imagine yourself if your parents thought about that. Gives you much to think about, doesn't it? It's very easy to make the call in someone's life, but when it's your life, it's the call on that's different. You want to think about that one. And it's considered to be murder. Now, you can sit there and say, in man's law, it's not murder, but in God's eyes, it is. And that's the person at the end of the day you do not want to disrespect in any way whatsoever. That's the one, the person at the end of the day that you're going to need that approval to be able to make it to the next life. That's the one that owns the keys to death and life. sit there and say, I don't believe in God all you want. Go ahead. But remember, you don't know what's waiting for you on the next side. And I'll tell you something, you have people that'll be on death row. They can be the hardest criminals on the face of the planet, but when their time comes to die, they will bring in a priest or someone to pray over them because they don't know what's waiting for them and they don't want to be wrong. They're scared to death. They don't know what's waiting for them. People are always scared of the unknown. You don't want to be wrong. That's something you don't want to be wrong about. Because what if you're wrong? Then what? You're stuck there forever. You'll never, ever be able to pass over to something. Never. You're there forever if you're wrong. That's a horrible way to be wrong. I would not want to be wrong. I don't even want to entertain the thought. That's why they ask for someone to come and pray for them. Hopefully, they'll be able to make it over. Hopefully. That's the part about it. What saddens me is when I watch a TV clip of a show, and I wonder how many of the stars are still alive. So I go to Google and I look up how many cast members are alive. Shocking to see how many have passed away that I didn't even know about have passed away. And then you're saddened. It makes me very sad to think that I hope these people were saved. Because they weren't saved, they went to purgatory. That's what hurts me the most. I pray that they were saved. I pray that they were Christians and they picked up their cross and they followed Jesus. But they weren't. They're in that place. I have no hope for them. Yep. That's why I'm glad my mother never gave up on me. She didn't. She never gave up on me. I gave her a rough time in life, and she never gave up on me. She was determined to see me saved. She was determined to see me saved. She knew the place that I could end up at, and it would break her heart for me to be there. She wants all her kids to be saved. She wanted. I was one of the hard heads out of the pack, very hard hit ones, who did what I wanted to do when I wanted to do it. I'm the only one that got locked up and got in trouble and all that stuff. And yet, before she passed off this earth, she got what she wanted. She wanted me to be saved, and I became a saved man. God never gave up on me. My mom never gave up on me. I just kept pushing and pushing and pushing. I still think about it every day, that how my Lord allowed me to get free of that place so I can serve Him. He never gave up on me, ever. Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola. Don't hide for me, Coca-Cola. Have a Coke and a smile. Come on. Yeah. I figured in my lawsuits with other people, I'm going to have to pray on it. I'm going to have to ask the Lord how we go about it. Because see, the thing about me at the end of the day, that most people, if they had the opportunity, any company, they're going to dog you guys out so bad it's not funny. I, on the other hand, have to consider the fact that you have kids. So, and kids shouldn't have to suffer because the parents are idiots. And that you are definitely idiots. you didn't think about your families when you started committing these stupid crimes. Right? I watch a lot of court TV, real court TV, the ones where they have people going in and they're going to do some serious time. And they always get up there and say at the end of the day that I have a family, I have kids. I want to be out there to be able to see my kids grow up. You should have thought about that before you committed these crimes. You weren't thinking about that then at that particular time. You want to watch my daughter grow up. You won't get that opportunity. But you had the chance to do it. You had a chance to have that opportunity. Hopefully, when you get a second chance to be able to have that opportunity, and you get out, you stay far away from the people or whatever got you in that mess to begin with. Get your life right with God, because I'm explaining something to you. Once the devil gets a taste of you, you don't want to let go. He's going to come for you. He's definitely going to come for you. He's going to put all kinds of things in your way to try to make you stumble and fall so he can get you back. That's what he's going to do. That's exactly what he's going to try to do to you. That's why you got to get yourself saved, get yourself in the church, get that protection, because it's going to come for you. He ain't done with you. You think just because you got baptized, he ain't done with you. He'll figure a way to how to get you to fall again, so he can get you to clean, get what belonged to him. He's unhappy because he lost something. He wants it back. And he'll use wherever he got to use, do whatever he got to do to get you back in that same situation. That's what he'll do. I told you, got two people in my family got life. Not brothers and sisters. They're God kids that got it. I got kids with nieces and nephews that got it. Got life. Two of them got life. But they had multiple opportunities not to be in this situation. I mean, serious. Multiple opportunities. One of them, I don't know what's wrong with him. I don't know. But there's some people that are glutton for destruction. They just are. They're just glutton for destruction. It's a shame. You know? And he's been in and out of the system for a very long time. And one time he got in some trouble. Messed around, got in some trouble, messed with bad women, got himself in some real bad trouble, and ended up getting his car. Matter of fact, before that happened, he got out on something. I don't know what it was. He got out on something. And he thought he was getting his life together because he had a real good job. How many people come out of lockup, got a real good job from the door, got a nice apartment set up, you know, he got two nice beautiful dogs, got two new cars. A lot of people don't come out that way, but he did. The Lord blessed him. Came out, got all this, all right? Then he meets a woman, and he knew this woman was a bad woman. But he ended up hooking up with her. That's why I said the devil likes to claim, take back what belongs to him. He'll bring people your way. And he got caught up with this woman, and she got him missing his appointment dates for his probation officer, which again, there we go. And somehow they ended up in another state, which you're not supposed to do when you're on probation. You can't leave the state, which he did. And he got out there in this small little town racing these cars. She had one, he had one, and they were racing these cars back and forth, up and down the road. Now, why would you do this? You already know you're on real strict probation. Why would you break your probation, go to another state, and decide to have a race in a small town? So, long story short, these officers popped up on him. They didn't chase her because she was Caucasian. He's not technically black, but he's still black. He was black either way. He's half, I think, Indian, black, and something else he has in him, but he's still black at the end of the day. So they came up on him and hit his car. His car, of course, went to that whole fish tail turn, and before he could get out of the car, they sprayed his car with rubber bullets. And they shattered his arm so badly in that when they stuck him in the cell, they didn't even give him any medical attention for a while, and the bone and everything deteriorated, and ended up getting a prostate put there instead. So when my brother's attorneys got down there, that was the end of it. They had to release him, and they got sued for a lot of money. So Now you get out of this situation again, but this time you get out paid a lot of money. So what does he do? This is when COVID kicks in. And he still has to report to a probation officer. He's still, even though he's got this money, he's still got to work. You got to have so many hours in showing that he's working. Even though he got this money, he's still got to do it. So he gets out there and he still hooks up with another bad woman. See, I told you at the end of the day that the devil, one thing he learns about you is your weak spots. He learns your weak spots and he uses that against you. And that's what he did with him. He used his weak spots. He has a thing for these bad women. And this woman got him caught up in some dumb nonsense. He spent all that money. All that money he had gone. You know the jacked thing about it is, when he was in lockup, my mother was sending him, my mother's on a fixed income, and she was sending him up $300 a month. Do you have any idea how much commissary you buy at $300 a month? That's a lot of money. Most people get 50 on their books. Most people get 20 on their books. He was getting a guaranteed $300 on his books from my mom. And we kept telling Mom, yo, he's milking you, he ain't doing what's right, because he claimed that he was going to school, he claimed he was back in the church and all that. And my mother's a real nice person. He manipulated her to giving her this money, and my mom was giving him $300 a month. Now, most likely what they're going to do with that money is they're going to go to the store, and they're going to buy stuff up to sell. They're going to start their own store, their own business in there. You know, you get your own business, you get your own store. I watched the document how a guy was talking about how they do it. He got his own store and everything set up. His books are damaged, so he used somebody he knew and gave him a little cut of it. He used his books. His books were clean. He didn't have any restrictions or anything. His books were basically had to pay back money back to the state because you got fined or something. So he used another guy, and he was selling coffee. So you get the coffee, they put them up in these little tiny bags, and they sell for so much money. So now he's making some good money. He's selling the coffee. Now you branch onto something else. You branch on something else. You branch on something. You got a nice little store in there. But now you're going to need protection because you got people that will run up in your spot and take your stuff. So most likely they'll go to people who got heavy ties, influences, if you know what I mean. And they'll say, hey, look, we'll give you a little cut of the action. I need protection at the end of the day. They will provide the protection. And you got somebody on the floor that's well known, nobody won't touch you because they're too organized. There's too many of them. They're not going to bother. It's not worth it. Not even worth it. Getting yourself poked up because you were, touching something you ain't supposed to be touching. So they got protection now. That means now you can take that money you're getting, send it back to your family, say, hey, look, I want these kicks, I want these Nikes, I want this, I want that, whatever. So now you can dress up with the gear on and all that cool stuff. You can basically get a little better TV in your spot, you know what I mean? Get a cell phone in there, all that stuff, because you got the hookup going on in there. You got a business you're running in there. I'm going to tell you something. If you're able to do that while you're in that situation, when you get out, you take that same knowledge and you make some money with it. That's what you do. Because you just learn business 101. You learn how to buy items, how to break them down, how to sell them, how to market them. That's what you learn at the end of the day. You take that same knowledge you got there and you put it into an honest business, and you will have a business to last you a lifetime. That's what you do. Because I'm looking at all the stuff I watch these inmates make. You make stuff out of nothing. You know how much stuff over here you can make for what you're doing? I got a buddy of mine, I told you, not to tell you, a buddy of mine who made a lot of that prison food. Started a little truck on the side called Jailbreak. He's paid. He paid. There's 20 people who come out and they talk about the stories and stuff that goes on in prison. They get millions of followers that'll listen to him about that. I watch a lot of those videos, and I was in there. So anyway, yeah. And you got to take that knowledge you get from there and get paid, man. That's what you do with it. That food you make, you have so many people who want to experience what that tastes like. Take that and get some money off that. But anyway, that's what the guy was doing. So this was what he was doing. Because he'd been inside. He already know how it works at the end of the day. He'd been there before. He'd been in the system before. So he was taking that money. I said, Mom, you don't need $300 to go in and buy clothing and books and all that stuff. That's provided for you. That's paid for by the state. That comes out of the taxpayer. That's already taken care of him. And I can see if you send him now like maybe 10, 20 bucks, you know what I mean? So get something out of commissary or whatever. That's good. But you send him $300. That guy's running a business in there. He was running a business in there. So he duped my mom. My mom sent him all this money. So then when he got out, because of the whole nonsense that went down, he's going to get paid all this money, right? Because they did this thing to his arm and everything. He's going to get paid now. And He told my mom he's going to buy her a nice camera, because my mom always wanted a high-performance camera. She liked to take pictures of birds and stuff. He promised he's going to give her back her money. When he got out, he didn't pay her 1 red cent. He gave her nothing. Nothing. And my mom didn't even ask for anything. She didn't say, hey, I want my money back. But at least you could have gave her something nice. You could have bought her something nice. For the simple fact that she did that for you. And he gave her nothing back. See, life has a way of evening things out. God don't like it when you do right by others and you cheat his people. He don't like that. So there's something that happened to him. So he got out there and met this woman. The devil will send people your way. And this woman got him caught up into all this badness. And they blew all that money. Money gone. He got a dime to his name now. And he hasn't been showing up to that probation officer. Probation officer got to see so much time that he's been doing that work. So he can put those hours in for the judge. And he got nothing to show for it. And this is right around the time they started the lockdown. Because, COVID was rampage and they figured they had to lock everything down. And of course you can't get a job in lockdown. Everything's locked down. And sure enough, he couldn't make it in that particular time to get a job or anything. And he went back in. They came and got him. Since. Now, when my mom was alive, she did contact her. My sister was her caretaker. And she got the letters he was sending to her. Because everything comes to her first now. And when he got the letters was asking for money. He was asking for that $300 a month because he needed it for church and all this stuff he was trying to make my mom again. And my sister took the letters and burned them because she already knew from the door what he was trying to do. So that was the end of that. So we lost contact with him. And he's still in that place. And he's going to be in there for a very long time. A very long time. He's never getting out. But he had the opportunity and he let Satan do what he wanted to do. Now, is there a possibility he can be saved? He can be saved in prison. Yes, you can be. You can save. You can find God in it. You can find God anywhere. Got to be in a church to find God. I was in prison when I found God. But yeah, he did all that. Now he sits in that place. That's where he's at. The other one, I don't know what he did. I just found out from family members say he got life. I was like, for what? I think he murdered somebody. I'm not sure. He got life. Another person never coming out ever. Now his parents are older and they don't have the time to go up there and see him anymore. Just going to be in there and be forgotten. Usually that's what mostly happens. They get forgotten. One of the things that those visits from your people is worth gold. You have no idea. When you see your brothers and sisters every day, you see your mother and father every day, how much that's worth when you're in a place like that. To see a family member smile right back at you. It's a feeling like no other. Take it for granted. When you're out here, you take it all for granted. You haven't seen your sister in a couple of years, you take it all for granted. People do anything. You lose those visits, a person will lose their mind, shut down and get depressed if they can't see that person. And yet, you're out there and you can see them every single day and you choose not to. Take it for granted. And I hope they got saved. I do. We got 2 that are spending life, and there are 2 that died. And neither one was saved. It was so hard for my mother to accept it. It was very hard for her to accept it. She thought that God would make a way for them to be saved, but that's not how it goes. Don't work that way. That's why I told you at the end of the day why when you're here, this is where you have to make your point here. Because once you leave here, it's over. No mercy. There's nothing left. That's it. It's gone. You had your opportunity here, only here. And it was hard for her to accept. She thought maybe God would make a way. He would pretty much give them leeway to be saved. No, God's rule is what God's rule is. Mind you, God can't lie, can't take back anything he says. What it is what it is. And thank goodness he's like that. Because if he wasn't, imagine if God was iffy. If he said, well, maybe we'll do it, maybe we won't. That's dangerous for him to have that type of insane, amazing power. And if he decides, like, I'll get rid of the earth today. We don't need it. I mean, just make place for another planet. We can put another planet instead. People get on my nerves. They don't do this now. Just get rid, wipe it clean. He could literally do that. He could let them just get rid of us, all of us, just be gone, just like that. But he can't go back on his own word. That's how amazing God is. God can't go back on his own word. Once he makes an agreement, he puts it in stone, he can't go back on it. It is what it is. But you have to understand, that same agreement he made with us, he said that, while you're here, you know what I mean? Seek God. Find me. Seek me out. Because the devil, your adversary, is also doing the same thing. He's seeking you out to destroy you, and God is seeking you out to save you from what's about to come. And if God says that if you have not picked up your cross, if you do not believe that Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior, and you have not picked up your cross, then you will suffer damnation. And they didn't pick up their crosses. So that's where they're at. I know it's hard. I know it hurts. It does. That's why you preach about it. That's why you talk about it. Because you don't want people to end up in that same situation. And she had to accept the fact that that's where they're at. And that no matter how much you pray and ask the Lord, can you give them a chance? What is what it's going to be. It's his law. And people say, well, that's not a forgiving God. It is a forgiving God. His rules are his rules. If God was not a forgiving God, we wouldn't be here. Do you know how many times God has given us opportunity to survive, to live? Just think about it. The flood. There's one. He gave us the ability to start all over again. He didn't have to do that, but he did. Adam and Eve defied God's commandment. That's the first of us. Adam and Eve, we're descendants from Adam and Eve, whether you believe it or not, we are. And when they defied God, God could have sat there and said, well, gee whiz Louise, they didn't learn nothing. I give you everything you want, and you still mess it up. I'm done. I'm gonna design me a people that will serve me. I never can understand why he doesn't do that. Because you have to love somebody. How much love do you have to love somebody to watch them do the most destructive stuff on the face of the planet and still say, I still love you? That's what he does. There's an opportunity for you to be saved. I still love you. You look at Paul. Perfect example. Paul was terrible. Paul destroyed, killed, murdered, whatever. He did. Paul gathered up Christians and had them murdered. Some of them were actually in the arenas and they were torn apart by tigers, and some of them were murdered on the spot. He was ruthless. Yeah, no fear whatsoever. So one day when he was riding on that horse, I think a horse or donkey, and the Lord threw him off that horse and said, Paul, why do you prosecute me? Now, he could have destroyed Paul right there on the spot. He could have destroyed him. Anyway, could open up the earth, could have swallowed him whole, killed by a bear or a lion or anything. Could have brought in a much more stronger adversary soldier, take him out with no problem, give him a heart attack. A number of things could have taken him out easily, very, very easily, but he didn't. He turned Paul into a prophet. And Paul served the Lord. He became a saint and a prophet. So how much love do you have for a person to sit there and watch them do all that destruction and still save their life, give them the opportunity to be saved? So you can be saved. You can definitely be saved. The devil will tell you can't be saved, but you can be saved. So he gave man the opportunity. It's up to you whether you take it or not. They had the opportunity. They're raised in Christian families. My mom was a Christian family. Chose to be a part of the world. And unfortunately, their time came. We're not promised tomorrow on this planet. And for those people at the end of the day think that God is not a good God, you woke up today, didn't you? You didn't have to. You know that, right? There's nothing that says that you have to wake up today. There's nothing that says that you have to come in tomorrow. There's nothing that says that. It's only about what you believe. You believe at the end of the day, because I do such and so, I have a right. No, you don't have that right. You're a sinful, cursed creature. And God, if He decides to take us, He can. That's mercy right there. So God, you don't. People think in the day that we give something to God. We can't give Him anything. What can we give Him? We can't give Him nothing. Not a thing. There's nothing you can give to God. Nothing. Not a thing. Nothing. Offer Him money. Everything's His. Can't give Him something. Have you learned where the devil came to Christ and told him to bow before Him and He will give him all that he can see? How are you going to be that arrogant to tell Jesus that I'll give you all that you can see if you bow before me? It's all His anyway. But He tried. So you can't give God anything. The only thing you can give to God at the end of the day is your faith, devotion, angry cat over here, and your life. And that's what I do. I give God everything. That's what He wants. He wants you to believe in Him. That's what He wants. Just believe. That's all He wants. Just want to take care of you. And chasing you, and you just running. Running. That's how I see man. Man and woman, just running. And God's chasing you like, I just want to save you. I just want to make your life better. I don't want you to suffer. I don't want to see you in pain. I just want to make you better. That's all I want to do. And you just say, get away from me, get away. I don't want it. Just want it. Get away from me. And you're running. The devil's running right next to you. Smiling and laughing. That's what he's doing. He's the one making that pain for you. If you don't see it. Yep. But you talked about jacking up a witch. Yeah, it's a witch at the end of the day. Did you know what the witch in Hansel and Gretel was when it did, right? I'm going to come to like, hey, how you doing? Let's be friends. No, we're not be friends. You're going to be out in the woods somewhere jacked up. The witch. I'm going to paint that in red. That's why. I'm going to do that in red to spark it off. It's going to be all glow in the dark. I want all that to glow in the dark. I'm going to spark that off in red. So let's have a Coke and a smile. Let's stick our Coke machine over there. Have a Coke and a smile. They just put the new vending machine in. Coke machine, yeah, right in the corner, right over there. And every time we had vending machines, like, oh my God, we got vending machines. They had vending machines in school. Some people don't remember that. Yeah, we had vending machines in school. Heck yes. I remember it was such a big thing too. It was a big thing when you had a vending machine in school. Oh, the teachers and the mothers were not having it. Because you can get Doritos and all that stuff in the machines and all that stuff. And it kind of upset them because, they didn't want you having sweets and sugar and all that stuff like that. Look, he's angry at his cat, at his fish. What did the fish do to you today? You don't even know, right? Yeah, right to the fish all the time. And it takes a USB. It kind of shakes. You don't like that. It scares the daylights out of them. I'm like, Dad's doing it again. It's shaking. Taco is supposed to shake. It's your fish. We got our arcade window put in. I'm gonna do some gaming off this with the screen light up. That's what I want to do that right there from the door. Let me, what do we got over here? We get all that stuff right here. Put this in here. And put that over in here. This is a divider for the arcade machines. For that. And let me see. I'll put this cardboard here. Let's see if we have here on our... We can't put the, I don't know, maybe we can, I'm not sure. Well, I got to put the arcade machines in first before we put the advertisement up. We definitely have to do that. And I got to build the little borders. There have to be little borders out here. We're going to build little borders and stuff we can put the advertisements on. So we're going to have them here and here near the machine. And then, let me see. Probably have one right there on the side. Inside, we're going to have a couple of them in there, some posters and stuff like that. Over here, we have to put a light here. So we need a light over top here. That's we're going to have one of the posters right there up in the top. But we have to put a light here over top, right there. We need one right there. And we need to have it so it shines out a little bit, so that way we can have the trash cans. We hit some like a nice shadow effect there. And we definitely need a light here. Another light out here, where the coat machine is at. When your light there, it's definitely there. Oh no, we have this right here. We've got to brighten this up. That should be to hit that coat machine pretty well, right there. And in the front here, we're going to have the LED lights, another set of LED lights inside of here, and we're going to have another set. We got a little window right up there. It's a little tiny window in my door, right up there. Some lights in here underneath here, so they light up a little bit. And then this is going to be done neon. It's the neon arcade up in there. We have to make that sign right there for that. So this right here, you don't know, it's my roof area. That's the roof area we put in. Forever young, I want to be forever young. Now this is going to be for the billboard on the other side, our McDonald's. I like how it's faded a little bit, so it gives a nice look to it. That's going to be for the billboard on that side. And this is going to be the one on this side. E.T. Now, when E.T. came out, y'all know, man, that was a blockbuster hit right there. E.T. Drew Barrymore. Yeah, she's in there. E.T. It was E.T. everything. E.T. everything. Everything. And yes, the dreaded game of E.T., which was on the Atari, which I had, and I still never got out of the pit. And Reese's Pieces, because they were in the movie, they became famous for that. E.T. dolls, bookcases, t-shirts, posters, toothbrushes, everything was E.T. Even the cell phone commercials, E.T. phone home. Phone home. E.T. could phone home if you had one of these. Yeah, that charge would have been super expensive. Like, wait, is this the phone call? This is my social security number. Like, what's going on here? Good gracious. I know this isn't my bill. It'll be like something like $2 million. The right tackle. So I say, yeah, $2 million. That'd be crazy, wouldn't it? Yeah, burn. It says burn. Definitely word for it, tackle burn. Looks like something. And burn. I didn't do much bowling. A lot of people did bowling in the 80s and the 70s. I didn't do much bowling at all. I wasn't a big fan of the whole bowling thing. Skating, yeah, I did a lot of skating. Definitely a lot of skating, roller rinks and all that stuff. Did all that stuff already. That was fun. You had the quads. With the stoppers in the front. So that was fun. Most everyone was just the style. The style was amazing. Got a chance to experiment it all. Did punk. Did prep. Did that whole Miami Vice style, the GQ look. The prep look and the GQ look. Got them Giorgio Pettinis, Doc Johnsons, them boots that came in different colors and stuff. Giorgio Pettinis were the pants. They had the huge pleats in the front. And if you know anything about the Doc Johnsons, those were the ones that had the boots, combat boots that had the different color boots that came in red and yellow and all these crazy colors. A couple of sets in purple and had red and green and all of them. Anarchy t-shirts. And mohawks, different color hair dyes. I used to have 2 piercings on my ear, 2 piercings on one side, 2 piercings on the other side. Dog chain with a huge padlock on it. Chains on my wrists. All these silver rings. One time we were down South Street and there was a thunderstorm that came out of nowhere. Everybody was hiding underneath an awning. And you see lightning just cracking all over the place. For some reason, everybody separated one on the other side because I had all these chains all over me. Said, yeah, like you're a human conductor. And then they said, oh, that's how it is. My friends just all walked to the other side when the lightning went off. Oh, that's how it is. Look at you, man. You're covered in silver. Oh, there's metal on you. I couldn't stand going to freaking metal detectors and stuff. Like, you gotta take yourself to like order to begin. Belt had a huge belt buckle, skull on my belt buckle. A huge wallet chain. As a matter of fact, the wallet that I have in my pocket right now, I had it ever since I was in my 20s. I think I had it in my 20s, yeah, when I got out. I had it since then. It's pretty much next to nothing, but I still carry it. I'll be buried in that wallet. I had so many jobs with that wallet. I remember when we rollerbladed. I had a funny friend of mine. He was he was just born different. I mean, different. He was born different. He was a ladies' guy. He was born different. He was born with chiseled jaw and everything. He could have literally been a model. I was asking him, like, why are you freaking working for masonry? You could be a model. He said, yeah, I thought about it, but his mom was Catholic and he was a Spanish. He was Puerto Rican. He could have easily been a model. And there's so many people you're down at Penn's Landing, you're down over at Dartmouth. And there are people out there taking pictures and stuff, modeling agencies and all that stuff. They always walk up to him and say, hey, you ever interested in getting business cards and everything? He was chiseled. He was. He was facial features. He was a beautiful man. Facial features, pretty eyes, all that, everything. He's called him Pretty Boy. The Pretty Boy. Hey, Pretty Boy. It's a pretty boy. Yeah, he was a down-to-earth person, real nice, not conceited, none of that at the end of the day, you know what I mean? Real high respect for his mother and all that stuff like that. I said, no, I can't do that. I got a mom and all that. I can't be doing all that. Yeah, a lot of agencies would pop up, like, hey, you ever did any pictures or anything, you know what I mean? So-and-so, you know what I mean? Just hook me up, so-and-so. But he worked an honest job. That's what he worked. He did masonry work. That's what he liked. His father did it. He did it. And I said, you never thought about that? He said, no. girlfriends, girls were always coming to him and talking to him and like, hey, so and so and so. He always attracting women, always. But he just wasn't that type of person. He wanted for him, he wanted a simple, a woman with not a lot of flair and glare. He just wanted somebody simple that he could build a life with. That's all he wanted. He talked about. That was a guy who talked about the picket fence and all that stuff. That's what the kind of person he was. He wanted the life that his father and mother had. That's what he wanted. Simple and basic. That's what he wanted. And women, he kept bumping into her. Women that were fast and all that. He didn't want all that. He ignored a lot of women. He said, no, I'm not interested in her. You know, she just want somebody simple. You know, I want a Christian woman. That's what I want. And the sister, she was also extremely good looking. Very, very good looking. I've seen the pictures of the mother and father. Yeah, they're all good looking family. They're all gorgeous. But yes, this is the same way. Same way. The guys had to talk to her all the time when we were down there. And she's like, no, I'm not interested, so and so and so. They're just real down to earth people. But he was hilarious. Because he would have the crazy stuff happen to him. We out there talking like, you know, Ken, like, I don't understand how life is. Life is just jacked up. And I'm like, what happened to you this week, man? What happened to you? He said, dude, some McDonald's incident that popped up and happened. I mean, he went to the bathroom, you know what I mean? And some dude came in, was beating on the door, like, get out! I got out of the bathroom! Get out of the bathroom! It made it sound like he was in there for too long. And I said, what'd you do? He said, I just came out and just left my food there and just went home. I was like, Robert, you got problems, man. You got to learn to be a little bit more aggressive toward people at the end of the day. You know, you gotta be more aggressive. You gotta run out there and manhandle the guy, told him, you know, put him in his place and then go pay for your food and leave. That's it. He's such a nice person. He really is. Hopefully he got a good wife. One day got married and have kids and all. He's kind of a family man. He wanted kids and all that stuff. He was a nice person. But anyway, he was funny. We had some fun with Robert. He was a crazy dude, man. We had some fun with him. He wasn't like my other buddy. My other buddy was like Jim Carrey. He was like him. He didn't, yeah. He was just that type of person. He was I used to feed off his energy. He was a really crazy. He played. I was one of the guys I played hockey with. He was really a freaking aggressor, big time aggressor. And you got in his face, there's a good chance you're gonna get messed up because he was not the kind of person you disrespect that day. He was funny. He was a cool dude. Laugh, joke, have fun, but don't do that stuff to him because you'll get messed up. I met him because I was at the top of the art museum, and I had all my hockey gear on, and I seen this guy come up, go to the top of their stairs and go, hey, out of nowhere, and people would turn around and go, not you. And he just started doing crazy mumbling and took off. I was like, that's me and my friend for life, and we became friends. I bumped into him over playing hockey. Skated up to him, we started talking. I said, yeah, I see you on top of the art museum screaming at people. I said, yo, you're freaking hilarious, man. I said, we're going to be friends for life, man. And we became best friends. Literally best friends. He is a funny dude, man. So we got him, and there was another guy, big Italian guy. No, he was Jewish. Another guy. Danzo. Danzo was another guy who was in our pack. Danzo was rich. Ranger was super rich. He was super rich. I mean, crazy super rich. But he was different. He didn't like his family. He couldn't stand them. They were politicians and stuff. They all had money, and he was the black sheep. You know what I mean? He married this woman, and they're hippies. They lived in a Volkswagen. They lived in a Volkswagen. That was their home. He didn't want all that. He didn't want it. Not on a period. He said, I got money. I just don't want it. You know what I mean? I want to be fake. I want to be real. You know what I mean? I want to live real life. You know what I mean? I don't want to be that nonsense. I don't want no help from my family. Nothing. Yeah. Those had basic jobs and stuff, and they were happy. Money's not everything. You say all the time, money's not everything. You don't want that. Trust me, it's nothing. It comes with a bunch of headaches. Just, be happy. So you learn a lot from him. He's a very humble person. But he's an interesting dude. Another funny guy. At the end of the day, we used to hang around, skate with. Just out there and laugh and joke. Carry on. So we're all out there. A bunch of us are out there chilling out there against the wall. Because, waiting for a friend of mine. We're all out there, like a bunch of little Vikings out there, just chilling, sitting there, skates, sitting on the ground. I remember the days just sitting on the ground with your hockey blades and your gear on and everything. Now today I won't even do that, but back then you did, you know what I mean? And you sit there chilling. People walk by, suits on, and all dressed up, probably looking. Look at these guys out here, not doing nothing with their lives, just out here just skating around, freaking hooligans. But anyway, we're out there chilling and relaxing. And I never forget, this kid came out of nowhere. He skated up, and we're all out there acting stupid, doing our usual dumb shenanigans. And this kid was like, "What do you guys skate at?" Like, he wasn't our material for skating. I mean, we probably would accept him in the pack. We don't care. But, you got your shirt buttoned all the way up to the top. You know what I mean? You at least have a crazy looking t-shirt or something, or some baggy shirts or whatever. But he was just dressed so preppy. It was like a person just got skates and just didn't know what to do with them. But he was like, "What do you guys skate at?" And I didn't say anything. I was just sitting there just chugging Gatorade and watching everybody else do crazy stuff out there. And he just says, "Where do you guys skate at?" And Paul gets up. And Paul skates over to him and goes, "In your mind." He grabs the guy by the face. Now, he didn't hurt him. He grabbed him by the face and said, "In your mind." I said, "Paul, you're close enough to kiss him." He said, "I thought about it. I did think about it." You know what Paul was? Paul was a lawyer. Yeah, Paul's a lawyer. He was a lawyer, and not any lawyer. He was partner of a big firm. His father was a big-time attorney. And that's how he got in. He went to law school, became an attorney. You would never think of it. You would never. If you look at him, guy had a mohawk. He only wore, he didn't have it shaved on his side, but he wore it moosed up, But when we saw him one time downtown, man, we didn't even recognize him, man. Beautiful suit. Nice shoes. They're all slicked back. Sporting a pair of Ray-Bans. Rolex watch. Dressed to the T. Wasn't driving his car. That's not the car we see when he comes down. He drives a Z28. That's what he was driving, a Z28, little rusted up Z28. But the car he was driving was a Mercedes. And he didn't get nasty and just say, "Oh, well, these guys." He came and said, "Hey, what y'all doing? What y'all doing up here?" So now I'm just skating by. We're in the business district. There's some stuff I had to take care of down here. I said, okay. I said, "So this is what your other life is like." "Yeah, unfortunately it is." "Do you don't like it?" So I hate it. Ain't so much. He said, "I'm an artist." So we found out that he is an artist. He works with welding and all that stuff. That's what he likes to be. And that's what he wanted to do. But, parents are parents. They want you to be them at the end of the day, even though you don't want to be. And he probably didn't have much of a choice in life. Maybe that's the reason why he was so aggressive. He was just burning off the steam from his family. And all his family were all lawyers. Family of lawyers. Yep. He just wanted to be an artist. That's all. They wouldn't accept it. So something changed for him. Last time I saw him, because I was about to give it up, I got into a really bad accident and I had to walk away from hockey for a while. And got into an accident in my back, so I took some time off. When I came back, I found out what happened to him. So apparently he met some woman in an art exhibit and he fell in love with her. He was just not like him. He really doesn't really fall in love with anybody. He's an undetachable human being. But he did. He found someone connected with. And she was in the art, and he was in the art, and they were going to. Heard they were going to all these art exhibits, stuff like that. Because some of the people that we skated with, not the hockey group, but other people we skated with, they were all into art and stuff like that, and music and stuff like that. They had other hobbies they did. And we would bump into them on South Street, you know what I mean? They'd been to different places. Like, "Yeah, we seen your buddy over at these art shows." Because I said, yeah, Paul's an artist. He said, "Yeah, but no, he's with somebody else." I said, "Paul, somebody else? That's crazy. We've never seen Paul with anybody else." Paul speaks that whole thing of be your own man and all that stuff and this, that, and the other and whatever. So he's with this woman and he was in love and found out she had a child and the whole 9 yards. So when I got hurt in the accident and I came back and said, "I don't see him anymore," what happened to him? So he left. He went to California. She got some big gig. One of her paintings took off, and he went with her. And that's what happened. So we never saw him again after that. But I'm happy for him. He found his happiness, and as for being a lawyer, he quit. That's what he did. He quit. And I guess it took her to give him the courage to let it all go and just follow your dreams. So happy for him. Even though I'll never see my buddy ever again. I don't think I will. Will I ever look him up? Nah. What it is what it is. And I got no hatred or anger. I'm happy because he pursued his life. He's happy. But that life is past. My life has started in this world and his in another world. So we leave them the way they are. I don't believe in going back to the past. But I'm happy for him. Yep. Happy he got what he wanted out of life. But we had a lot of fun together. We had a lot of fun together. Cool dude, man. Cool dude. Had a lot of fun. The porta potty incident. Oh, racist. Guy who got his in the porta potty. I mind, like I said, I wasn't really following God all that much. Even when I got out, I did backslide quite a bit. When I was in hockey, I did backslide quite a bit. Anyway, so I tried to follow as much as I could, but I did backslide when I was playing hockey. But anyway, yeah, it was just, we're skating through, and it was a regatta. And of course, you know, there's women and boats and everything all over the place. And as we're coming up, you know, our group's mixed, man. We got a little bit of everything, man. We got Mexicans, Puerto Ricans, Caucasians, everybody in there. We got a little bit of everybody in there. Jewish, with everybody in our group. We got a little bit of everybody in there. So we're all in there at this regatta down there checking out the boats, stuff like that, and the races are happening down there. And as we're coming through the first parking lot, this guy in a truck got nasty and called one of my friends a spick. And I'm like, oh, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Not today, buddy, not today. He's a pretty big guy, too. And we didn't have, whatchamacallit with us. We didn't have, I forgot his name again, that guy, the Jewish guy. But anyway, he's built like Goldberg. He was a big guy. And we handled them we had in there, but it was just us. And I wasn't what I was at all, period. I was just what I was, me. Skinny black kid with a hockey stick. Guy's pretty big. Yeah, he called me a nigger and do what I want to do, blah, 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 you know, blah, blah, blah. Okay, no problem. So, you know, we ain't got no cell phone. It ain't like we can call people up to handle this business. But something had to be dealt with it. So, man, things just happen for the sake of just happening. We got in a porta potty. Now, there were like 8 porta potties where this porta potty was. And the one that he got in, that was the only one that was occupied, he could get in, was on a little hill. I'd say it was like having a porta potty on the top of this desk, because it was a little bit up there. So we're thinking that we're going to knock this thing over and then slide down the hill. There's a little hill behind it. Yeah, none gets soaked. You want to be that type of person? You want to be a racist and call people nasty names? Then we'll fix you. So we all lined up and we hit the daylights of that sucker. We hit it, got it to fall over, and took off. Not too far, but enough where we saw where that door open up. He was covered in all of it. Mind you, out there in the regatta, it's freaking summertime. It's hot outside, man. We were skating behind him slowly. He couldn't see us because of the crowd and all that. But yeah, the crowd was parting like the Red Sea. And he gets to his truck and he goes, yeah, because now you got to sit in this vehicle and drive home. And it's going to be in your upholstery and everything. Yeah, but next time you want to go around calling people nigger and spick and carrying on and acting up, you know what I mean? You'll think twice about that. You're lucky Danzel, here we go. Lucky Danzel wasn't out there because he would have got the snot kicked out of him. Dan would have beat the daylights out of him. So, lucky. But he got it. And we got up there and we told him what happened and everything. He was out there crying, man. He said, yeah, you got to get knocked over the porta potty while he was in it. And that sucker had to be full. It had to be full. It was full to the brim. Yep. When it fell over, everybody was like, oh, Oh, we got people on Instagram like, oh, no. Ooh, geesh, ooh. Yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, knocked that sucker right over in a minute. Every time I see any video about somebody getting knocked over in a porta potty, I'm like, who did that to somebody? And it couldn't happen to a better person who basically deserved it so much because he was just so super racist coming out of that truck, being ignorant. Supposed to clean up and know that. Be careful how you treat people at the end of the day. It's totally disrespectful. And what you gonna do about the nigger? Literally, right out of his mouth. I'm like, okay. We couldn't do what we wanted to do because we had hockey sticks. All of us, we just came from a hockey game. We could have beat the daylights out of this guy. But we're at the God. There's tons of witnesses around us. Yeah, you don't see a bunch of people, teens, beat the crap out of a guy with hockey sticks. We're gonna mess him up pretty bad out there. But no, we can't do that because there's all these witnesses out there. If we had caught him on one of them side roads back there, he'd have got jacked up. Other than that, no, we couldn't do anything about it. So I was like, man, we're gonna knock over that porta potty with him in it. When he sat in there, I was like, ah, oh, yes, karma. Isn't it beautiful? So, yeah, it didn't take much to knock it over. Yeah. He came running upside down. That thing, we know when he tilted it, everything splashed on top. We see it going on. Oh! People were like, oh, that's nasty. And man, he was stinky. He was covered in it, man. You gotta treat people with more respect. And then want to be threatening toward people. You know, treat people wrong. Well, humble you a little bit there. He was on that road by himself. What they usually do is someone will skate up past you, they're actually coming back at you. And they take that hockey stick and they catch you in your neck while we catch you on your feet at the same time. It's a brutal way to go down. And you're not supposed to do it that way. Yeah, you learn how to fight with a hockey stick. Those who play hockey, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You learn how to use that stick. You learn how to fight with a hockey stick. But yep, catch you right up on your neck with that stick and push your body right on over. Or catch you by the back of your head, or catch you in that little hook piece underneath your skate. Get you underneath there and bring the stick up. You're coming with it. You ain't going to, you're not going to stay there. You will be coming with it. They catch you on your ankle, on the back of your ankle, and they pull up. Yeah, you're going with it. Now, the higher they bring it up, the faster your hit's going to make contact with that concrete. They ain't going to fight with them sticks. Remember one time, this one guy, we had to bring him into the crew. We're all out there chilling. I had a friend of mine who was a police officer. He was out there with us. That was another incident. We had some crazy stuff that went on at Easter. But anyway, so we were all out there, sitting out there talking. And this guy skated by. He's skating through. And there was a couple. We hate these people at the end of the day. I'm sorry. But you people hold hands on the track. The track is only but so big. So you got bikers on there, joggers on there, you got BMX bikers, you see them from time to time passing through. You got your skaters, your speed skaters, your aggressive skaters, quad skaters, all that on a little tiny path. So it's kind of like the equivalent of basically of Star Wars, racing through a asteroid field. That's what it feels like. And you're coming in through that Mach 5. Everybody's traveling at Mach 5 too. So we got to kind of respect for each other. Basically, when bikes come up, man on your left, man on your right. You know, you call it when you're coming through. We always call it when coming through. On your left, on your right. That's basically about it. What I do sometimes when I come across the couples who are holding hands in that lollygag world, I'll take my hockey stick and I'll scrape it against the ground. That's enough to make you turn around and get the freak out of my path. Left, stick it to your left, stick it to your right, pick a side, because you can get hurt. Get smacked by a bike that's moving through there and you can't see it, and he's standing on your left and you don't see him, boom, you're getting run over. But anyway, it was just fun to skate. It was a bit of an adrenaline rush. So anyway, we're out there chilling, and this guy comes by. He's got his skate gear on. He got that push and back and forth, back and he's pushing through. And this couple, of course, holding hands, taking up both sides of the path. He takes the hockey stick and he throws it in front of him. Now, if you trip over a hockey stick, you're coming down, especially if you're not trying to jump over. Most people that are beginners don't know how to jump over a little hockey stick. But when he threw that stick down, you see them separate like the Red Sea. He picked it up and took off and kept on going. I was like, oh, we got to find this guy. He's going to be part of our pack. We did find him. On the other end, he was looking for a game. That's what we came up there for, looking for a game. And we usually have the games up there. We know where all the games are at. So I said, yeah, you know, we saw you over there at the end of the day, you know what I mean? A nice move at the end of the day, and them little couples today be getting on the nerves too. He said, okay, so where you have your games at? So we have games over at the Rat Nest, so over here. They're going to have one up over here. And a couple of days from there, they got all this stuff, you know what I mean? So, okay, cool. Can I hang with you guys? I said, no problem. So we're going to go pop over to KFC, not KFC, Kennedy, what was it called? Something, JFA Kennedy. They had a 7-Eleven over there. We're going to pop over to get something to drink, you know what I mean? You know, you want to pop over? He said, sure. And we were skating with the group, talking, chatting, getting to know each other. You know, we're good friends in the day. That's it. But we was out there crying when we saw that. Couldn't stop laughing. Said, yo, we got to make him part of the group. And I thought he was just skating through, but he actually stopped up on the other end trying to figure out where the games are at. And then we had the cop. He skated too, but he didn't play hockey. He was like a casual skater. We hung out from time to time, talked to him. So he was out there one time. We were out there chilling and talking. And these guys are all skate together. And then later on, they would go to the local water hole and drink, the bars and stuff like that. I got a chance to hang out one of those places too with them, even though I don't drink. But I thought it was just kind of cool, just seeing the other half of my friends that basically, you know, instead of seeing them all day on skates and stuff, you know, they're out in other places doing stuff too. On top of that, but anyway. We get a wider brush for all this. But anyway, so we're out there. It's Easter. And they're having the annual Easter egg hunt for the kids. Yeah, we're at Easter, and we all come up to the top and examine the show. And they have down there, they have the kids having the Easter egg hunt, annual Easter hunt in Philadelphia. And we're up there with the one of the cops and him, the guy we skate with from time to time. We're up there talking and laughing, having fun. So as we're up there, there's this guy coming up. Like, we skated past him first. I said, look, I want to go down the other half. I got to meet up with Paul. I'll pick him up and bring him back, because we want to go down to the Rat's Nest and see what's going on down there at Penn's Landing. So as we're skating past, we see this guy jogs past us, and I go, yo, pull it up. And the guy was like, I'm pulling nothing. I'll wear what I want to wear. So basically, this dude walked by. He had his shorts around, almost pulled all the way down, with a purple thong, and his butt was showing. It was clearly his butt was showing. And I'm like, yo, you got to pull that up, man. You got kids on the other end that are out there, you know, he's going to run right past them, that are out there basically Easter egg hunting. You got to pull that up, man. It's just decent exposure. And he wanted to have an attitude about it. So my boy was like, you jack him up, we just mess him up. That's all. I said, no, we can't do that. Let's get what's more. You know, get cop. He's right on the other end. Let's talk to him. So we skated up there and we talked to him. He said, when he comes by, I'll take care of it. And sure enough, he cut him off before he get to that point where his kids were at. He said, pull it up. And the guy got a nasty attitude and he took him down. Watched the whole thing. He took him down. And this is interesting too, because there's a way that they could have taken him down nicely, but he went down brutal. So his face slammed that concrete so hard his glasses came off. So yeah, He got what he asked for. If that's what he wanted, he wanted. And then when he got him handcuffed, the other guy came up. I guess it was his partner or whatever. They came up and they threw him in the wagon. That was it. And he got arrested. Because, you know, you can't be jogging around with your butt all hanging out. And you got kids up there freaking... You don't need to be seeing all that nonsense at the end of the day. Come on, pull it up. First of all, how the freak you walking outside like that to begin with? Don't nobody want to be seeing all that. You got poor kids up there. They need to be scarred for life to see that nonsense. And what you some kind of... at the end, we know you're gay because he was definitely gay, but that got nothing to do with it. My buddies, I had some friends of mine that are gay. We don't care about that. It's just how you carry yourself. You got kids up there. Cover yourself up. My buddy, he was gay at the end of the day. You would never seen him out there in front of some kids showing off like that. But yeah, you out there showing off your butt at the end of the day. Yeah, okay, good. But you're not holding still. Yeah, to meet some very interesting people on there. Now, see, nice, warm Sunday. He could have been probably chilling with his people at the end of the day. Got a nice little jog outside. And if he just basically would have pulled up his pants. Now you're sitting up in the holding cell. And they're going to keep you in there a bit. Might be there till the next day. They don't get a judge to come see you. If a cyber judge can't come and see you, you're going to be there all day. In a couple of days. You're going to sit in a nice square little pocket on that cold cement. Back breaking bench. You're back there eating them freaking thick cheese sandwiches. And you'll be out. Chances are, most likely, probably saw the judge being Sunday. Yeah, he probably in there all night. We'll keep him in there all night. And then they'll probably see the judge on Monday. And he gotta, if he get bonded out, they bond him out. Find out he's never had anything for a decent exposure before. Most likely they'll bond you out for $2,500. They bond you out, and then you had to appear in court for it. And then after that, you got to go to court. Now, if the person don't show up, then you got to keep coming back. You literally got to come back 3 times. So that's where it's in Pennsylvania. It's like that. You got to come back 3 times because that's what I had to do. For some dumb nonsense to happen. You come back 3 times, and then after that, they throw it out. But you know, the jacked thing about it is, even though you got acquitted for it, then what happens is it's still on your record. It's still there. It's on your record. Because I went through some nonsense with somebody that didn't want to fight me, and I'm on the porch, minding my own business, working on a Makawaki, training. And the guy from the rehab over there, I'll sit there and say, oh, look at Bruce Leroy. I ain't paying no mind. But there's somebody asking to get hurt and leave it alone. So they just kept going in and in, talking trash. And I turned around and I said, we got a problem? And he was like, I ain't saying anything. I said, I heard what you said the other day. We got a problem. So I walked off the porch and walked over their porch. You got 5 people sitting on the porch. Nobody want to step off the porch. So now their feelings are hurt. Because everybody in the neighborhood saw it happen. They saw me out there at my uniform that I usually wear when I go out and train. And 5 grown men sitting on the porch. Y'all don't want to step off the porch. So now their supervisor or whatever he is in the house comes out. And he says, what you doing? I said, man, your boy's talking too much trash. I'm just here basically. They want to come over here. They want to cash that check. And he said, you just making trouble. I said, I ain't making no kind of trouble. I said, but I'll tell you this much. I said, anyone want to step, let them know. And I walked off and went back to my walkie, went back to training. So now you got people in the neighborhood, so the same thing to me. Oh, he gonna punk all y'all like that? And none of y'all want to step off the porch and fight him. Yeah, okay, yeah, he gonna mess y'all up. So that was the end of that. So I went back. When I got done training, they brought him in because they had to come in now because the incident that popped off, they got to bring him inside. So now I stayed a little free time, a little air. They get back inside, a little rehab. So they decided they're going to do something by calling the police and saying that I pulled a gun on them. Now, I ain't pulling no gun on y'all. I just had a little conversation with y'all. So when the cops came over and they wanted to go search my crib, they ain't find no weapons. They ain't find nothing on me, nothing at all. They just saw my bags and stuff I had in there, my dojo I had in there for training and everything. That's all they saw in there. But they still had to lock me up. They locked me up and put me in the wagon and put me down there. I sat down there for one day in that holding cell and finally got to go see a cyber judge. And the cyber judge had to go check and see if I had any previous charges with a firearm. And nothing came up at all. I was clean. So I explained what happened. And it's okay, Mr. Bird, but you're still going to have to come to court. So I got out on a $2,500 bond. I still didn't reach out to family yet. And then got back in. And one of my beat boys came up the street and said, yo, what happened? I said, such and so happened. It was okay. No worries. So when I went to court the first time, they didn't show up. Of course, because there was no proof. I ain't had no firearm on me, no weapons, no previous charges of me ever using a weapon on anybody in the neighborhood, nothing. So this went on 3 times. After the 3rd time, where you at? Asking for it. After the 3rd time, he messed up my lights over there. After the 3rd time, I'll have to put him in a case or something because he's just obsessed with them lights over there. After the 3rd time, no one showed up. So they said, okay, Mr. Bird, you've been acquitted of everything, you know what I mean? We're just going to drop this whole thing. So they dropped the whole thing. It's done. So I go back, and then 3 of my cousins show up. These are the ones you don't want showing up for anything. These ones are, whatchamacallit, ticked off. And they come up, and they said, what happened? I heard you got locked up. What went on? And I told them the whole story, what happened. They said, okay, no problem. We'll take care of it. I said, don't do what y'all do. Keep it clean at the end of the day, you know what I mean? Just talk to somebody. Just don't do anything crazy, because I know at the end of the day, they violent like that. Hey, don't worry about it, you know. I'm not going to treat my people like that. And I didn't want to tell them, but they found out. Somebody told them. That's how I was going to say anything about anybody about it. But somebody told them. And they came up. No, I know it was this black Mercedes came up. I never seen the guy before ever walk over to the property and called out the, and he wasn't screaming or yelling. Very, very discreet. Called out the guy. They sat down. He talked to him. And then they packed everything up and they left. They relocated the house. I don't know what went on. I didn't ask any questions. I usually never do. But that's all I know is that they relocated that house. Everybody got the freak out of there. I don't know who that guy was who came over, but that was the end of that. And I didn't ask him. I don't want to know. I don't need to know. I don't have to know. You know what I mean? Just seen him say, hey, you know, good looking out. And I just left it at that because I got to give them my respect for helping me. I didn't ask for no help, but they came over and took care of it. Next thing you know, I seen him out there, the moving truck, and they was packing everything up. They didn't even look in my direction, nothing. They all left. That closed that whole building down. Now, for people who don't know at the end of the day, but how can somebody do that? You have to understand, when you live in the hood, there are people who control the hood. So when you got police, that don't mean jack. You got people who control the hood. There's a line of respect you have to have while you're in there. And what they did was make up that lie and said that I did something to them that I didn't do. They handled it. And like I said, I try to stay away from that particular part of my lifestyle, my family. But unfortunately, they found out about it and they were very upset about it. They didn't like the fact that I got locked up and I didn't do anything wrong. So they ran over. I don't know who that was that came up in that vehicle, but I just saw them one time, went out and shut the door. I don't want to be bothered. Even though they're my people, I still don't want to know like that. And we had that conversation with them. I guess the guy nodded, whatever went on, and the next day they packed everything up and got out of there. So that's the other side. So that was the end of it. And then somebody bought it and turned it into something for Temple. The Temple kids were in there chilling and stuff like that. That's what happened to it. Some of them houses around there, because it was an old historical neighborhood, some of them houses over there were haunted. There were a couple houses over there that had history on them, and they were haunted. The people who lived across from me, I guess, I don't know, the house, they never complained about the house having any problem. They were there longer than we came there. There was a couple that they're older. They ran a senior citizen home out of their building. And then a couple of people that were renting out in the building. There was a guy who on the top floor, he was a real nice guy, but he had delusion of grandeur. He always talked about things that weren't true, but, you know, we entertained it because he was a nice guy. He's real nice. And he died on that top floor. And they found him about a week later up there. They're an old couple. They didn't really went upstairs and stuff. He just came down to eat and stuff like that. So he died up there on that top floor. And we found out that before we got up there were a lot of people passed away in that home over there. A lot of people, because it was a senior citizen home. A lot of people passed. And they started it not when they were old. They started it when they were a little bit younger, say roughly in their 40s or so, when they started the whole thing. And a lot of people passed away up there. A lot of people passed away in that home. But when Temple bought it, college kids were in there partying and drinking and carrying on and acting up in there. And after that, everything went haywire in that place. The outdoor light, they could never get it to come on. It's always cutting off. All you put electricians in, they couldn't get it fixed. It just kept cutting off. It wouldn't stay on. Just would cut off. The upstairs, they couldn't get any form of internet, no form of cable TV, nothing. There was a huge, massive static interference in that house. What else was on it? And then there were things they kept hearing in the house and stuff like that. And no one ever stayed there long. They didn't. People move in, you would have freaked right back out. There's weird smells in the house. Couldn't explain where it was coming from. So the guy kept losing money and he just gave up on it. And rented it out to a couple. A guy owned the house. Another guy came, he bought it. A police officer bought the house and he rented it out. And it stopped. They didn't have any problems. They've been in the house all the time. They had no problems whatsoever. I can't explain that one. I don't. And I don't try to explain those at all, period. I really don't get that at all. When people say ghosts, there is no such thing as ghosts at all. Ghosts don't exist. Don't believe in that. We got to do a gingerbread house this year for Christmas. I don't want to do a house. I want to do something big. I want to do a Victorian. We did the castle already. The castle was cool. The castle was cool. If we do a frozen one, we got to do, that's all going to be glass candy. That's a lot of glass candy. We make it by scratch too. I got a couple of pastry chefs in my family. They make it from scratch. Do molds and they make their own. All blue glass candy to do that one. This year we're going to do something else. So I'm just curious what we're going to do. Hopefully we do we did the castle. We're going to do something different this year. I don't know what we're going to do this year. I have no idea. They're probably coming with some crazy ideas that we're going to do this year. Everybody gets a chance to help out, which is nice. The kids get a chance to do some work and help out. You know what I mean? Kids mostly get on scenery duty. That's what they're going to be doing, scenery duty. So everybody gets a chance. We don't eat that much stuff anyway, so, they bring their friends over and they can devour the house. These things are usually huge. Because, in my family, we can't do anything normal. And what in the world is that? Is that real? That's a real gingerbread castle. I was like, yep. 50-pound freaking castle. Huge. what are you guys gonna do with it? It's for everybody. Anybody wants to get a piece, get a piece. And take pictures of it and everything. And, yep. I'm a big fan of gingerbread, so we definitely want gingerbread this year. The giant gingerbread man and woman. That was another huge one. That was huge. We had to bake it in 3 different pieces to do that one. Bake it in 3 different pieces and then put it together piece by piece. That thing was huge. Of course, when you have a bunch of the kids, we got great grandkids now, man, they'd just be eyes all lit up. Eyes all lit up. And they bake everything, man. They cook, bake everything, the whole 9 yards. And their kids be happy as happy can be. Thanksgiving's coming up. There's 2 people right now. My sister, she can cook her butt off. And her Jamaican husband. Oh, my goodness, gonna have you on stuck. Gonna have you on stuck. When that freaking, oh man, they make it all, man. When that whatchamacallit kicks in, that freaking, what's it called? Man, I can't think of the name of it, man. When you get stuck with that stuff in the winter time. Oh man. It's triple line, but it's something else when you go through, man. Itis. When the itis kicks in, you stuck, man. They was in there cracking up. Because, man, I was over there, man. I had 2 plates. 2 plates, man. Greens, the whole 9 yards. They make chicken. They make duck. And they make turkey. They do all of it. Everything. Biscuits. All that stuff, man. They get it in there. And I'm sitting at the table. They look, he been holding that fork. He should have took a picture. He been holding that fork for the last 5 or 10 minutes. Yeah, because I was stuck. I was asleep. And I was eating at the same time. That food took me out. I was good to go, man. I hit that baked macaroni. That was it. I was done. I was sitting the whole entire time. Like, I wasn't even there. Look at how he's stuck. Yeah, that ice kicking. You ain't no more good. That's it. That is it. Like being drunk. You done. Gotta pull out a piece of furniture and lay behind it. Pass out somewhere. I'm done. They had me stuck last year. Sheesh. I can hear everybody talking. I just was not there. Look, he's stuck. He's been holding that fork for a long time. You all right there, bird? I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I just got that itis. I'm coming out of it. And every time I thought I was gonna come out, I went right back in. And they're fighting for his life in there. Check this out a little bit more. You don't know how it is. Somebody can cook their vine off. You know what's going to happen. Coming all bright-eyed, bushy-tail, come out like you've been drinking all day long. You're stuck. Wasn't planning to paint this, but I figured since we're already here, just get it done. One less thing we got to think about. So Thanksgiving. Yep, some of you are going to be stuck. Trying to figure out like, oh man, when you be like wanting another plate, but you can't. You can't. They do it all the time. They always cook. They cook for 20, 30 people. Because he bring platters to his co-workers. They hook them up. Got some co-workers don't have family at the end of the day, so they hook them up. I thought that was nice at the end of the day. Cook extra food for the people on his job that don't have it. Some people don't have somebody to cook for them. Some people don't cook at all. Nice to know you got co-workers that got your back and look out for you. Don't worry about it, brother. I got you. So it's real nice in the day. I tell you, I meet a lot of people when I see the computer work, and I go to people's homes and work on their stuff. You know, I meet all different types of stuff. I meet people at the end of the day, which is interesting because God blessed me with that gift to learn computers. And through that, I got a chance to meet a lot of beautiful people in my life. I met this one couple. Most of the PCs we running were Dells, but it was a couple I met, and they were real nice. They were like, she was sick, she had some problems, but he worked this job with the city, and they loved each other. They really did love each other so much. When I sit up there, they'd be watching TV, like to watch game shows together and stuff like that. And I go over and work on their PC. And when I left the block, every once in a while I come back to the block, see how people were doing, what was going on. Some people passed away and they're not there anymore. And I found out she passed away. And he couldn't handle it. It was just too much for him. He didn't do anything to himself, thank God. But he just works. That's all he does is work. If he's never home, he just works all the time. That's got to be hard. That's got to be really hard. For somebody, you lose somebody you love that much. That's really hard. Then you got some strange stories. It's interesting how people who have it together, not them, they were not, but people have it together actually don't have it together sometimes. You have that family on the block that husband and wife, you know what I mean, had a nice relationship, and all the kids, oh God, the kids all looked at each other. They all looked the same way, like the mother and father, they all looked the same. They had these light skin and these little poppy eyes, long eyelashes. They're adorable little things at the end of the day. They all look the same. All look alike. The whole thing. You can't tell that wasn't this family at the end of the day at all, period. And even the wife, you've been with somebody so long you start to look like them. Just like that. But they're a very nice family. And somewhere along the line, on our neighborhood, our side, our neighborhood was like a bit of a rough and tumble, and her neighborhood was real nice on that side. But the weird thing about it, on that side of the block where you thought everything was perfect, people love to live down on that 100, that 100. When you're on one side, it looks like somebody dropped a nuke down there, and on the other side, it looks like somebody's paradise on that side. That's what it was like. Anyone that lived on that side, man, it looked real nice over there, I think, gee whiz, what a difference a block could make. But it wasn't actually what you all thought it was. On our block, you saw things as they were, up front and in your face. Over there was more hidden, over there. So, but I knew people on that block. I used to skate through there when I was coming in from playing hockey. I would cut through there and I would bump into people and talk to them and get to know them. They see me over there in that schoolyard playing hockey. But anyway, crazy story on that block was that they divorced, which is crazy because it just seemed like they had it all, man. They had it all, you know what I mean? They were in love with each other, and they went to trips and camping and all that stuff, all that crazy families too. That's what they did. So you're thinking that they had the perfect family and all that craziness, they had the perfect family, but technically they didn't have the perfect family. He wandered. And he had she was a very beautiful woman. All the guys on the block, they tried to talk to her, she wouldn't have none of it. She was gorgeous. But he cheated on her. And she went through a divorce, and family went one way, everybody separated. They stayed in the house with him. No, they stayed in the house with her. He left. He moved out and left. And I see him from time to time. And he made the biggest mistake in the world. He lost an entire family. But then the things went off the rails, like completely off the rails, where she started messing around with this young guy. This young guy was a drug dealer. We didn't know. We never heard him before because we just know he was a dealer. And somewhere along the line, she got hooked up on crack. She became one of his customers. And she was out there selling her body for that drug. How do you go from having this family to this freaking trauma? It's crazy. And I knew the kids. So we used to hang out with them. They were older, like their teens or something like that. But we used to hang out together. We'd always know each other up on that block. She couldn't handle it. They couldn't take it no more. So he enlisted in the military by 18. He went to the military. He disappeared. And she ended up meeting some guy and got married, and she disappeared. There's only two of them. And then he would come back. You see him from time to time come back in, and he was drinking a lot, and just be ranting about his life and all this other stuff. And then they found her under a bridge with no head, set on fire. See? Gotta be careful. That was something else. He don't like it. He don't like it. He don't like it. He don't like man. He don't like man, period. He can't stand man. He hates man. Hates woman. Hates all of us. Hates us. I'm trying to figure a way how to destroy this. Got that man to wander out there and with those women out there. And I'll tell you, succubus is a demon. It's a female demon. That's what it is. God, be careful, people. You got a beautiful family, man. You seeing these women come in, men come in, and whatever. Man, block that nonsense from the door. Get your family in the church. So you're going to figure a way how to get in there and rip it up. I watched it happen too many times. It happened in our family. It literally happened in our family. I told you about a guy I bumped into. He's a family member. I bumped into. Smart, very intelligent. He was a very intelligent person. Got out there hanging with them women. Walked away from his wife. Lost everything. He lost contact with his family. Lost his grandkids. They didn't want nothing to do with him. He did a lot of dirty stuff. They forgave him, but he can't be trusted. He's that embittered. And then in the end, he lost his mind. I literally saw him out there one day, just looking at his feet, walking around in a circle. Just out there, out of nowhere, looking at his feet. He lost his mind. And my sister is all well, and she's good. She's with the Lord and happy. You know what I mean? Kids are happy with the Lord. And he's out there in the middle of the street. God knows where he's at. He's somewhere around here somewhere, just lost his mind. This man had a career, had a job, went to college and all that. He played college football for Temple. She was a cheerleader. That's how they met. Storybook made in heaven. He went to go catch this ball, and he slammed into her. And he said when he hit the ground and saw her face, he knew they were going to get married. He was in love. And it happened. They got married. Yep. And after years of basically, getting to know each other. And he's the nicest person. I just didn't see it. I never saw he would do something like that. He was a Christian man. Went to church, got baptized, got saved, the whole thing. Came from a big family just like us. Grew up in the country just like us. And we came down pretty much in the city. But yeah, at one point we were in the country. And yeah, he did motocross and all that crazy stuff. He's a professional hunter. Yeah, all that stuff, man. And the devil got in there and ripped it up. Now he's out there somewhere in Allentown. Nobody knows where he's at. You got people in life that you want to help, but you can't. Because they'll bring you down with them. And the only thing you can do is pray for them from a distance. Because they're that dangerous. They're that embittered with the devil. So all you can do is pray for him at a distance. That's all you can do. Hopefully, he finds his way back. Hopefully. So, yep. I've seen a lot of that in life. Shane, very nice. He's a very, very nice person. I don't know what happened. Where it went wrong. You gotta blessed to have a beautiful wife at home. Don't cheat. Don't run the streets. Don't drink. Don't smoke. I don't do tattoos and all that stuff. But no, never had a tattoo. Nothing at all whatsoever. Took care of the kids, raised the kids. Has a degree, and she went to school became a teacher. She was going to go to school for autopsies, but she decided to become a teacher. And she became a Christian because she wanted to get back. So she became a teacher. She taught elementary kids, small kids, kindergarten, stuff like that. And he has a computer in his head. And he decided he was going to go into engineering, decided to become a teacher too, so they both can, be close to the kids and teach kids and help them out, stuff like that. Yep. Wrecked it, destroyed it. The wife never cheated on him. She was a good woman at the end of the day, and erected. So you can't sit there and say, oh, all women. No. There's some women out there that are amazing, but the only problem is that the person they made the man might be a dirtball, and the other way around. Man could be a good man, and woman could be a dirtball at the end of the day. And then you could just have both of them be great at the end of the day, but you gotta be careful. You gotta go to church. Get your kids in church. Go to church. Do it on the regular. Go every Saturday. Go as much as you can. You got somebody trying to get in and ruin your life. And he will bring anything your way at any given time. Go out to eat, he'll bring a waitress in. They'll flirt with you. Put ideas in your head. If ideas pop in your head that you think you got a chance with that waitress, get that out of your head. Plead in the blood of Jesus, give it to him, and walk away from it. Because that's the devil will plant things in your head. Let them know at the end of the day, oh no, don't hear my wife, so and so and so. Block it, shut it down, right from the door. And if she's persistent, then you know what she's about and who she follows at the end of the day. I don't touch married women. I don't date married women. And if you were divorced, I still can't touch you. Wouldn't touch you. Can't touch you. Technically, you're still married. I go through so many arguments with that one. At the end of the day, you believe how many people in my family don't agree with me on that one. No, we have that. I have that discussion in my family quite a bit. They'll sit there and say you can still marry. And I'm like, no, you can't marry. Once you marry, that's it. You've got a contract with God. You've got a contract with man and God. That's who you have a contract with. So death do you part, which means one of you have to go to break that contract with God. That's why marriage is so sacred at the end. It's very sacred. You want to get married in God's church? You want the Lord's blessings, right? That's what you want, to bless your marriage, right? That's what you want. Then you got to follow the contract. And in the contract, you can't marry until that person passes off the earth, he or she. Then you're out of the contract and you can go marry. Or while that person is still married and you go marry somebody else, you committed adultery. That's what you just did. And I got Christians in my family who did just that. And they will sit there and argue like, yo, you didn't read the Bible right. I think I read it perfectly fine. I did. You just won't accept what's in the book. That's what the problem is. Or you don't accept what's in the book. Where does it say in the Bible that you can marry over and over and over again and again and again? You can say nowhere in the Bible about that. As a matter of fact, if you read anything where it says in Matthew's, you'd read where the Pharisees were trying to challenge Jesus. They were trying to put him on the spot by saying, hey, what do you think about marriage and all that? And he told them exactly what he felt. So under God's contract, you are still married. And if you go out and you marry another person, you're married to that person, you're married to this person, married to this person. But under man's law, you're divorced. So, bigger question. When you pass off the earth, which one do you think has more of an effect? Man's law or God's law? It'd be God's law, right? All right then. You gotta follow the rules, people. Gotta follow the rules. Now, I personally, I do not touch married women. I had a woman I actually met at one point, and I asked her at the end of the day, are you married? And she lied and said no. I'm going to look it up and find out. And she was married. And she said, you're willing to just walk away from the relationship because of that? And I said, yep. Because there's nothing here to plan. There's nothing here to work on. I can't just be with a woman at the end of the day for the sake of just being with them. Then that's adultery right there from the door. That's another sin I'm stacking on top of that. If I'm with somebody, I'm with somebody to build something, not to just have a good time with you. I'm not about that. So I can't build any with you if there's no foundation. That's like trying to build a house on water. It's just not going to work. I have to have a foundation there for me to build, to invest in. So if you're married, it ain't going to work. I'm a Christian at the end of the day. How would that work? I'm just going to ignore that whole chapter at the end of the day. We just move on from there. No, it doesn't work that way. I want to be true to God 100%. My biggest fear at the end of the day is following the Lord and doing it incorrectly. That scares me. So I make sure I try to do everything by the book. I will put myself under ridicule. I put myself under magnifying glass. I will keep myself out in the open as much as I possibly can. And if I walk the wrong path, I will correct it and put it right back on that path. I will never give myself the excuse. Because I don't want to make that mistake. I don't. I want to stay as close to God as I possibly can. But I had this discussion in families, all my family all the time, that they feel that you can marry once you are divorced. You can't. You can't do that. That's why you got to make sure 100% that that's the person you're going to be with for the rest of your life. Some people say you can't divorce. You can divorce. You can divorce if that person cheated on you. You can divorce. Yes, you can. But you can't basically marry anybody else. So just make a difference. When you divorce that person, you're going to be to yourself until that person passes off that earth. And that means no sleeping with anybody else, because that'd be fornication. Another thing people like to hear me when I say, and I did it myself. That's why my relationship, I'm glad the relationship ended. I'm glad I'm now single. I'm glad I'm now doing it the way it's supposed to be done. Because at the time when I was living with this person, I should have been married to this person. You can't live with somebody you're not married to. Because that'd be fornicating. And I was 5 years, and I wasn't serving God right. Because I was with this person, I wasn't married to them. So I was not doing it right. At all, period. And I knew it, and I felt bad about it. You know, and I tried to ask for this woman's her hand in marriage, but she didn't want to be married yet. So, you know, I thought after 2 years she didn't want to be married yet. I don't know where I was going at the end of the day, and I realized at the end of the day this is just not going to work, because I have to be married to somebody at the end of the day. That's just not going to work. That's not going to work for me, and I can't keep living this life like this. I got to answer to God. You know what I mean? So, prayed and put it in God's hands and tell him, you know, how to work this through, and the Lord showed me, and it just basically fell apart because it was meant to be what it was meant to be. So leave it at that. Whatever he decides is whatever he decides. I'm not going to argue against it. No, we're about to get this underpiece right here. And I get people get mad to me. No, you don't know what you're talking about, and this and you read it wrong. Okay, it says right there in the Bible. You can read it for yourself right there. You know, it's in Matthew. I pointed out. I'll post that scripture right to my freaking page and then show you. It is what it is. Not everybody can accept the Bible. Not all people can accept it. The heart wants what the heart wants. A lot of people will not accept it because they want to do what they want to do at the end of the day. But what you do at the end of the day is not going to get you into the kingdom of heaven. And it really should be more than that. It should be more than trying to get into the kingdom of heaven. It should be the reason why you want to do this, because you want to make Christ happy, because he gave his life for you. That's why. When I repay that debt, that impossible debt. That's why. So now I'm at the stage where I'm at. I don't want to be married, and I don't want to have kids, and I like my life the way it is. I like being alone. I do like it, you know, and I'm going to stay this way. I was not happy in that relationship. When you first started off, as it all goes, it is you are happy, because you can't say you weren't happy. If you weren't happy to begin with, then that means the relationship would have never took off the way it did. It gets into a miserable friendship with somebody, ends into a relationship. You know, I think I have a relationship with this person, even though I don't like this person. No one does that. So it was working at one point, but just seeing that this person, her belief was not the same as mine, and it became unequally yoked, and that caused nothing but problems. Nothing but problems. There was nothing but fights and arguments, disagreements. It just wasted away into nothing. And then that's when I realized that, you know, I'd rather just be by myself, because you have to find somebody. I have to find a Christian just like me. But at that particular point, when you reach my age, in your 50s, you give up on all that mess. You just want to be by yourself. That's what that comes down to. Tired of nonsense. It wasn't going to work out. We were unequally yoked. God couldn't get that to work out. We're too different, too equal, yet what's going to work. That's why I say, you're going to marry somebody that's in your religion. If they're willing to change, And you know what I mean? If y'all can work it out together, then so be it. Some people have been successful in that at all, but most likely it says you're not married, unequally yoked. Because it'll be nothing but chaos. I think I need a wider brush for that. That's a lot of freaking painting back and forth. You do have a wider brush. Here we go. There all day. Well, yeah, I have this discussion quite a bit with my family. And people don't talk to me anymore. They don't want to accept it. Get angry and mad at me at the end of the day. But Jesus said in the Bible, he said not everybody can accept it. And everybody can accept everything in the Bible. I accept all of it. All of it. Every bit of it. I accept it all. All of it. It's God's word. I deny none of it. All it is what it is. And we painted this entire thing in gamer paint. Like, Lord, this is all spray paint we painted in. Oh! Got caught up in there. It's not supposed to get caught up in there. Got caught up in my whatchamacallit over there. We're gonna have to really fix that. Let's see what we got going on here. I don't have 3 of these glue sticks. I can use tomorrow. Ah, yes, thank you, Jesus. God is good. I got caught up under my awning over there. Let's took down my whatchamacallit. Technically, they're supposed to be, and I didn't even cut them out too. The supports for that, and I never cut them out. Let's see, we got this one, and we have this one. I'm taking all of these. There's supposed to be a back support to that. Where is my scissors in all this? Here we go. Scissors over there. Now, I think back. Let's see. One of the things I do ask when I was in a relationship was, have you ever been married? That's the first thing I ask you. If you say yes, we're friends. If you say no, then there's a possibility of us having a relationship. I always get that, well, I'm divorced. No, it ain't gonna work. We ain't going down that road, buddy. I need my salvation with Christ. I need him. I will not sacrifice that for anybody. I told Max one time, we got in an argument one time about something. You and your Lord. Yeah, me and my Lord, what of it? And no way in the world I'm going to put you first before God. Never going to happen in a million years. No one will ever be first before God. No one. Not my mother. Not my father. Not anybody will be first before God. God will always be first. Not my cat. No one. Only God is first. My mother would have that 100%. When she heard me talk like that, like, that's what I'm talking about. Put him first. Put him first before anybody. God comes first before anybody. And she didn't understand that part at all, period. I will never, ever drop my cross for you or anybody else. The devil can kick me, you can step on me, spit on me, whatever you want to do. I ain't dropping my cross. I ain't doing it. They throw money in front of me, and that's what happens. You understand? With Christians, the devil will run right up in front of you, and he'll taunt you. And he'll throw women in your face. He'll throw money in your face. He'll stab you, punch you, kick you, spit on you, everything you could possibly think to get you to drop that cross. He'll do it. And you keep on holding it, keep on following Jesus. You can't break me at the end of the day. I ain't dropping it. Nobody. God comes first before anybody. If you ever think that you're going to come into my life and think that you're going to be first before God, you've lost your mind. comes first before anybody. My business, everything I have, God comes first. If the Lord comes to me and says, walk away from it, goodbye. I'm not making this stuff anymore. I'm going to follow my Lord. Whatever he tells me to do, I'm following him. Now, just in case you demons out there, and I know exactly who you are. And you may think that, oh, I'm just going to send them. Don't do that. Don't even think about sending me some kind of message about it's from God and he told me to walk away from my business. How would I know you were thinking that at the end of the day? Isn't that interesting? That you were like, how in the world would he know that I was thinking something like that? And you really think at the end of the day that we don't know. We do know. We do know. And you would have basically cursed yourself. I never tell you something that fast, that quick. I told you at one point in my life I was possessed by a demon. That I've seen things that you would not even understand. That I know how things about these things at the end of the day. And when I came out, the Lord allowed me to see these things for months. Even some of them walked up and talked to me. It's the most scariest thing you've ever seen in your entire life, I'll tell you that much. You have no idea what you play with at the end of the day. You better keep yourself close to Christ. You better be so close to Christ that you better be in his back pocket. You better be close to Christ. You have no idea. You naysayers out there thinking at the end of the day you're doing evil deeds. You have no idea what you have for talking to or you're entertaining. You have no idea. I seen these things in broad daylight. Walk right up to me in that conversation with me. Yeah. Makes me think, man, when I skated away from that as fast as I can, the Lord said, don't look back, and I ain't look back. It makes me think how happy I am to serve God at the end of the day and who protects me. Well, I tell people, don't entertain him. You entertain God. That's what you do. I listen to my family radio today, too. I love my family radio. Family Radio Christian Fellowship. I love it. That's why we got it posted to the website. We got it posted to the website. I'm about to post it to this other website too. Yeah, we got it posted up there. I'm going to put out my God Love You tracks. I got a simple God Love You track, smile, God loves you. I'm going to put them on the site so people can print them out. Definitely going to be doing some more glorifying to God as much as I possibly can. Sometimes I sit back and I say, Lord, use me. Use me at the end of the day. Show me how to serve you better. Oops, my gun just shot down. Look at how amazing God is. That could have fell into that paint that I'm using to paint my screen with, and it didn't even hit. That shows you how amazing God is. Right there. Some people look at that and say, oh, it's just an act of act. No, that's an act of God right there. That's what it is. You don't believe, do you? Yeah, that's a shame. I give all glory to God. Because I know that's just you, no, that's God. Well, would you give up money? I have done it already. I've done it already. My Lord's put me through those tests already. I've done all that already. And a guy come in a long time ago, I'll never forget it. Man, a lot of money. Him and his friends all got great money, all a lot of money. And they said, hey, we want to make you rich. We like what you have at the end of the day. We're going to invest in your product. You got to meet my other friends. I go to his Facebook account, see if he's legit, if he's real. Man, expensive cars, expensive hotels. The guy's got money, like serious, serious money. And I'm thinking, no, this is nice. It's a blessing. It's a blessing. Lord sends people my way, it's a blessing. But if something doesn't work out, do I cry and whine about it? No, I sit down on my knees and I praise the Lord. You know why? Because it's not meant to be, and the Lord saw something I can't see. That's why we don't chase money, we chase God. You can never get caught up in the devil's act. Real quick, off topic, when you naysayers send me like things about someone buying a lot of my paint and stuff like that, you know why we never get caught up in that? Because we give all glory to God. We don't chase the money, we chase God. So I can get an order for $1 million, I don't go near it. Pray and put in God's hands first. Lord, what do you want me to do with it? I put it in your hands. Let me see what it is. And Lord will show me what it is. It's not for you. Walk away from it. And I walk away from it just like that. Because I serve God. The fact that you would think I would take that means you serve the devil at the end of the day. Because he's the one that told you to do it. Therefore you serve him. But yeah, they came up there and offered me a lot of money. It was a lot of money offered me. About, come on, $2 million. They wanted a share of my company. They wanted at least 80% for $2 million. And that sounds a little cheap, right? It is. But at the time, you know what I mean? It's $2 million, right? So I pray and ask God, put it in his hands. I need to see what I need to see, Lord. I can't see it. Show me what I need to see. Now, if the Lord shows it to you, you have to accept it. It is what it is. But if you basically fight it at the end of the day, then you're not accepting what he's trying to show you, and then the outcome is going to be really bad. So I get a chance to meet these guys in the conference room. There's a bunch of them in there. And I've told the story before. But one of the guys asked me, where did I get the inspiration to make all this stuff I had? And I said, well, I got it from God. I told him the story about Home Depot and how the Lord guided me and how my first projector, which I got to find me another one of those, and how it all started. And one of the guys laughed in the background and says, oh, that can't be from God. That's from you at the end of the day. I'm pretty sure you got a little spiritual, excitement out of it, but, whatever it is. And they all laughed. They found a joke. I hung the phone up. So $2 million, and I hang the phone up. And they called back. Because, men of great wealth can't understand how a man going to hang up a phone with $2 million. And at the end of the day, I hung the phone up. I said, I don't like the way you talked about my Savior at the end of the day. So I hung the phone again. And then they called me back. Apparently, they need that product more than I need to get the money from them. So they went on to try to up the numbers. And I went on to down the numbers, which saying, no, we don't need all that. How about 50,000? And it went from $52 million to $50,000. Now that tells you right there at the end of the day, your money is absolutely no good. Because when you up it, and every time they upped it, we penalize it by dropping it. So they up it, now it's down to 30,000 and 20,000, and now we're roughly down to $5,000. And that means at $5,000, you don't have no say whatsoever. Heck, you don't even have a voice in any opinion. And went from $5,000 to $100, and all the way down to $5. So I said, well, I got that myself, so I guess we don't need you. Thank you. Have a blessed day. And left alone. Taught him something in the end, that your money doesn't buy everybody at the end of the day. There's some people that can't be bought. That money means absolutely nothing. And you learn at the end of the day that my relationship with my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ is worth more than all the money that you have in your entire life. There's nothing you can do to buy me at the end of the day. So, you have the naysayers at the end of the day sit there and say, well, I've had opportunities that you wouldn't freaking even believe. I even had basically with Black Diamond itself, the company, contact me and want to do business. But the Lord tells me that is not for me. It's not for me. I move on. Seymour AV? Yeah, I got an NDA from them to do business with him. Now, he's a very nice person, is at the end of the day, but it's not for me. It's not what I wanted. And I moved on. So, it is what it is. You guys would run and chase that money. Dangerous. Caught up in something you can't get out. I, on the other hand, chase God. I did all that already. I dropped my cost of money when I got out because I didn't have a lot of nice clothing. And everybody else is sporting nice gear and nice clothes and stuff. And I wanted the same thing too. And I couldn't find a job, sitting out there trying to figure out. Look nice and coming to see my probation officer and, I look raggedy. I had my old clothes from when I first got locked up and that stuff was all outdated. And so I got hooked up in some stuff and ended up walking away from the church for money. And every time I would see those people out there in front of the church smiling and happy, I got depressed because I knew that's where I was supposed to be at. And no matter what I purchased, no matter what I bought, bring me a little bit of happiness, but that same sadness was there because I missed Christ. And that's when I realized in that moment that money without Christ ain't worth a jack. So when you call yourself sending me those emails out saying that, hey, we want all this paint, and you think at the end of the day that I'm going to be falling to that? No, because I don't chase money. I chase God. That's what I do. And if a business deal don't work out, do I get upset and angry? No, I chase God. Why would I be upset by the things of this world when I'm building for the next world? My world isn't here. My world is in the next world with God. So whether I have it or I don't, it doesn't really make a difference to me because I am soon, when that time comes, I'm going to see my Lord's face. I'm going to see my mother's face. I'm going to have the ability to have internal salvation and to be able to God, the one thing I couldn't do while I was on this earth, the ability to pay back the debt of him dying on the cross for me, to give him 100% of my life, to serve God without sin in this cursed body. I get the chance to do the most beautiful thing I ever could think of. I'm not, some people want to go to heaven for the gold and diamonds and riches. God, there's a lot of precious rubies. I don't want any of that. I don't want any kingdoms. I don't want any castles. I don't want none of that at all, period. I don't want any of it. All I want at the end of the day is to serve God. That's all I want. I don't need any of that. Even though we know God will give it to us, because we'll have all these precious things, but I don't want that. For me personally, I just want to serve God. That's all I want to do. And I want to serve him without this cursed body. And hopefully, if we still have tigers and lions and all that stuff, and chances I can play with these things, because again, they can't harm me at the end of the day because there's no death or anything up there whatsoever, so they be gentle as gentle can be. I get to play with a tiger, or cat, or something at the end of the day. That's why I look at people in the day and I say, well, you look at tigers and stuff, how dangerous these animals are. These animals were never meant to be dangerous. Look at tigers. These tigers have, like, I can see if the tiger had like two big horns coming out of its head to breathe fire, and giant, massive, huge, massive claws. And it has claws, I mean big, big claws. It was something like that, it had a huge tail with spikes and a ball on the end of it. Yeah, that's an animal designed to kill people. Like literally designed to jack you up. But if you look at them, they're freaking teddy bears. They make freaking stuffed animals after these guys. And a bear is literally made out of a teddy bear that a child sleeps with. It's the cutest, most adorable thing until you get up on top of it, then things change. Other than that, it's not designed to be a dangerous creature. Elephants, no, not designed to be. Giraffes, no. Giraffes are very violent if you don't know at the end of the day. Koala bears, again. So they were never meant to be violent creatures. They just became violent because of the fall of man. So these are the same animals that were sitting in the Garden of Eden. Dinosaurs weren't in there. Dinosaurs were destroyed a long time ago. You have to understand, the fall of Satan, basically, Lucifer, basically was before Adam and Eve. So he hit the earth. When he hit the earth, he ripped the earth up. So bottom line is he wiped that out from the door. So Adam and Eve were designed for making these animals. They named these animals at the end of the day. God gave them that power to do so. Imagine that, how incredible that is at the end of the day to have that ability to do that. But if you look at them, these animals were never designed to be vicious. They're vicious because of the fall of man, that's why. Cute animals at the end of the day. All of them are cute in the day, except for that one. I don't know what the heck is going on with that one. No, I don't even know sometimes about that one. And I don't question the Lord and what he does, but man, that's a freaky looking fish, man. That telescope fish, I didn't think that thing was actually real. So I saw it on Facebook, and I'm like, is that real? Is that AI? Oh, it's actually a real fish, by the way. But you'll never see it. It's in the deep depths of the ocean where you won't see it. But good gracious, thank God it's down there. Thank you, Jesus, for leaving it down there. Because, man, I don't want to see that. You've seen that thing before. It don't even look real, but it's actually a real fish. But you'll never see one. Like I said, they're in deep depths of the ocean. But, man, if they're at 200 meters, I would never get in the ocean. And they're not exactly small either. It's called a telescope fish. Never heard of that before. But apparently it does exist. Jacked up this thing looks at the end of the day. God has a reason for all things he designs. Whew. Telescope fish. Every time I see this thing, gah! That is real. Rarely captured, and they can be found in the cold depths of the tropics. That's a real fish. But they're in the cold depths of the tropics, which means deep, 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 deep down below. You wouldn't have a chance of ever seeing one of those things. Probably somebody, they're rare to find. But it does exist, because they got it noted. Can you imagine that swimming around at 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters? No wonder how many meters does that thing sit down. I hate looking from trying to, it's creepy. The telescopic fish, how many meters are they in the ocean? So they're roughly...
National Ocean Service. NOAA Office of Ocean Exploration. Dr. Bob Emley, NOAA PMEL, Chief Scientist. The average depth of the ocean is about 3,682 meters.
Telescopic fish, how many meters are they in the ocean? 2,000 meters, 500 to 2,000 meters, so most likely no, you're not going to bump into that. Maybe submarines or whatever will hit that in the day, but the average professional diver, let me see, 200 meters. So 100 meters, light can hit the ocean, and you have light. After 200 meters, everything goes dark. So that would scare me out too on top of that. How many meters can a professional diver hit in the ocean? So let me see what we got on the scale here. So let me see, scuba divers can dive 120, let me see. Normal divers will do 100 meters. So 100 meters. Professionals do 130. And there's still light down there at the particular point. After 200 meters, there's no light. And I guess you wouldn't be pressurizing yet, because if you're at 200 meters and you're pressurized, I think you can black out. That does happen. People black out. Yeah, it's interesting. We talked about that at City Hall for the license, and we talked about actually building a city on the ocean. How come we haven't built a city on the ocean? I mean, this comes up all the time with different topics. How come? It's not money. We have money to do it. We have money to build something like that on the ocean. We have it. Meter system. That's the problem. Where are you going to put it at? The meter system. Electricity, I think electricity is 100 meters. So if you get electricity hits a lake, it's 100 meters. It penetrates. How many meters is electricity when it hits a lake? 100 meters. Let me see. You know, yeah, I study all this. I find it interesting. I'll go back to what I asked for. How many meters down when electricity hits a lake?
According to Facebook, these strikes are considered potentially lethal within approximately 30 meters for swimmers in seawater. Swimmers within a 300 to 360 feet radius might experience minor electric shocks.
So 100 feet. 100 feet. You would have to hit 100 feet to escape a lightning strike. Now, a lightning strike isn't just going to hit that one section. Remember, electricity travels in water, so it's going to expand out. Good luck on that one. That's why I try to get out of the water when they have lightning storms. So, yeah. So, if you built a city at 100 meters, that would be an issue at the end of the day from a lightning strike, if it happens to happen. How many feet can a tsunami travel down? How many meters? Right. How deep can a tsunami travel underwater? How many meters? My parents tell me it can go 800 to 900. Okay, wait, that's the speed. I want to know how deep it travels. But you ain't have some of that either. AI is doing too much. AI just gives you so much information on this. You don't even know that AI. How deep does a tsunami travel underwater? How many meters? All right, perfect. Well, thank you.
According to Pacific Tsunami Museum, deep unnoticed tsunamis travel about 550 miles per hour, the speed of a jet airplane. And they can move from one side of the Pacific Ocean to the other side in less than 1 day.
That's never great either. But how deep does a tsunami travel underwater? How many meters? Yeah, it's gonna get it together. Okay. How many meters can a tsunami travel underwater? How deep does a tsunami travel underwater? How many meters? Finally, gee whiz. So let's see. 4,000 meters. 4,000 meters. So you can't build it at 4,000 meters. It depends if your area is basically plagued with that. But then again, you have underwater earthquakes and all that stuff to pop up with. So you have to figure out the perfect where you're going to put it at. Because again, if it's too deep, then you run the risk of pressurizing, the thing exploding and, collapse. Or if you have a little hole in there, boy, that's going to be a nightmare right there. But still, it'd be kind of interesting if you could do it. So, question. If they do build a city underground, would it be taxed? And if it's far enough out, that's what the guy did on, whatchamacallit, the guy did on BioShock. When he built that city, Rapture, under the ocean, it was far enough out where basically it was an international water, so anything goes. But even that turned out to be a nightmare, because what he was trying to do, he was trying to build a perfect utopia where he didn't want to cover when we hit with taxes or robbery, or anything that happened in the world up here. He was trying to get away from. One thing he did talk about the government and taxes and that game. And you realize that he built this utopia under the ocean, and things went crazy down. That's what I like about BioShock. And they started trying to give people powers and stuff like telekinesis and all this other crazy stuff. And that stuff turned around making people mad. They made them crazy. That's where the slicers came in. Slicers were people that went mad over that stuff. So that didn't work out the way they thought it was going to work out. So then they had the little sisters to connect the atom from people who basically died or whatever. They collected from them. But, slicers were drug addicts. They would attack the little sisters. The little sisters needed protection. That's when they made the big daddies. Or it's like one thing led to another down there. And then you had all kinds of corruption and crime, because then you got people at the end of the day that are organized crime that they thinking like, gee whiz, they build the city underground. We could do whatever the freak we want down there. We can basically gamble and drink and party and prostitution and whatever we want, because there's nothing to stop us, because there's no laws down there. That's what they thought. But then realized there were big daddies down there too on top of that. So bottom line is, as you see it, there was a lot of things that went on. If you really played the game thoroughly, you would see ghosts pop up and explain some of the stuff that was going on down there. It really got crazy down there, yeah. It got crazy. So everything down there went mad. But I like the other one they had where you play as the Big Daddy. I think that's the one where the guy keeps asking him, can you thank you ever so kindly, and you think you had the plane accident and it crashed. That never happened. That was all in your head. It never happened. You were brainwashed. You were down there the entire time. You just didn't know it. But I think it was actually pretty cool. I liked BioShock. Hopefully one day we get another one before I leave off this earth. I would love to have another one of those. I love that game. That game was actually freaking amazing. I hope that they do it under the ocean, please, because that was the best one, under the ocean. Someday, beyond the sea, someday waiting for me. That's where that song came from. Well, that's what the song was for. I think they used Bobby Darin for the Bobby Darin. This BioShock. We got a roof all painted in, and I'm pretty sure we got the other side down there. Well, we missed out all that. That's where we couldn't reach with the other brush. We'll get that done. Some people sit there and say, Mr. Burr, you must think I'm not perfect. I just told you my body's cursed. It's a cursed body. That's what I'm in. I'm not perfect. I do recognize what I do, and I try to do my best to try to serve the Lord the best way I can. I do. But I'm in a cursed body. And I don't want to be in this cursed body. I want to basically serve God. But while I'm here and while the Lord has me here, I'm going to preach. I'm going to talk about him. I'm going to praise his name. That's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to keep on giving glory to God. That's what I'm going to do. And those people at the end of the day, like, you might want to listen to what I got to say. That's what I say. But somewhere, someone's going to listen to what I say. My videos just don't pertain to YouTube. They go on Google. They go everywhere. So hopefully somebody somewhere may hear what I say and say, amen, Brother Ken. Let's keep it going. Let's keep on following Christ. Let's do what we got to do. And thank you for that. And then you got some people who just want to live out there in this world. But sooner or later, you're going to come back. You're going to go to the Lord. You are. You get tired of this world. You get tired of it. Some people come in and they're tired of everything about this world. They're tired of it. They're just trying to find some way out. That's why they leave a Bible sometimes in the some of these hotels that have Bibles in them. And they put those Bibles in, and you'd be surprised how many people got saved in a hotel. Who walked in and just everything just collapsed around. They just can't take it no more. And then they open up that book and they see the Bible. And they start reading from the book. Look what I got to lose. I'm going to read from this book. And next thing you know, the Lord starts speaking to them. And they say, yeah. And you know, I'm here today because I was about to kill myself. I'm in a hotel room thinking about death. And I see this Bible and I start reading it. And then I realize that my eyes open up. Now I'm this man before you right now. God will save you right there on the spot. Yes, he will. Just open up that book and start reading. The Lord will open your eyes and you'll see. That's what my mom did for me. When I was sitting in that holding cell, and it was deciding my fate, whether I want to spend the rest of my life in prison. And when Mom brought me in that Bible, that was the best book. I read that book. When I started opening up that book, I started reading from the Psalms. I put that Bible close to my chest, and that demon spoke to me and said, that book can't help you. That book can't help you, but yes, it did. I'm here right now. Testimony. Proof that my Lord does what he does. And that came out quite nicely. We have a conversation. You don't have a conversation about the Lord. Talking about the Lord. Yep. Lord, I like our arcade that we're putting together. Thank you so much for allowing us to put all this together, Lord. Because again, you're always good to us. Always make sure we have what we need. Yeah! Oh man, get your TV on in a few minutes. Stop being a jerk. Jerk and stuff. Be good. Let's get everything all cleaned up. Now we got the most that we can do with this. We gotta wait for the glow paints to come in and do the glow job paint on it. Get it all glowing, glowy glow. More lights we gotta add in there. And right now, when we get time, I'm gonna go back to my windmill over there. We're back to the 80s and blast back in time. We're doing some time travel right now. Doing some time travel. 1 minute we're up here in the future, next minute we're back. We're not in the future, we're in the 80s. We're gonna go back and forth. And then, soon, we'll be traveling to the world of cyberpunk. Looking for some Tupperware. Now we're going to build our cyberpunk setup. And then I'm going to get 2 cell phones for that. I'm going to put it together. Now we don't have to have any kind of subscription for them or anything whatsoever. No plan. We'll run them off Wi-Fi. We're going to run them off. Yep. All through Wi-Fi. This phone right here doesn't have any way to call on it. The other one does. This one right here I use it for my recordings and stuff. I run it through Wi-Fi. So there's no plan hooked up to this thing. No plan at all, my friend. No plan at all. What do you think about that sugar bread? Sugar bread out there, you call me sugar bread, right? Taco, my friend. Taco, scenario, bird control, Rodriguez Bird. What you call me? That's my name. Taco Denario, Puerto Rodriguez Bird. Taco Denario, Puerto Rodriguez Bird. Is the right Taco Bear? Here, let me get your, let me see, where is your remote control? Because I'm not hearing your bean playing. Here you go. I got you. Hey, how you doing? Love you too. With your squinty eyes. You're in the way of the screen. I really can't see the Richmond phone too well. Get out of the way so I can see it. There we go. What you looking for? You made out of glass? What are you? Made out of glass? You ever heard that term? You be in front of the TV, your dad like, get the frig away from the TV. You made out of glass? There you go. Your show's back on, buddy boy. Buddy boy. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. I laughed my dad. I saw my buddy with the whole. He reminds me. Remember that too. Back in the days when my old buddies in the day. So I remember that megaphone you had. You run all around downtown, in North Philadelphia, going, yeah, boy. Remix. Yeah, got it at Radio Shack for $20. Had a shoulder strap on it and everything, man. And I have my big Flavor Flav clock. All you hear was all up in North Philadelphia screaming, yeah, boy. Remix. And you're right, Taco Bear. You do too much. Yeah, you're doing too much. You're doing way too much. Oh, I forgot something too. I can put it real quick. How much glue we got? We got enough glue? We got enough glue for it. Yeah, we can do it. We can put our bars in the back. Just forgot about that. Yep. We gotta put bars in the back. Put them bars in the back. So we put you over here and you over here. Let you dry. Over there, you can try with that. Over there. Oh, cardboard buckle there. That's what it was. All right, let me see. We got a window right here. Got to put some security in there. Got to put some bars in the back. All right, let me see. Where are scissors at? Ha 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 ha. Oops, sorry about that. It's fighting the cardboard, people. It's fighting the cardboard. Yeah. Ha! Do battle with the cardboard, Taco. Do battle with the cardboard. Fearsome battle. Fearsome battle with the cardboard. Fearsome battle. Oh. Gotta pick it up with your hands, man. Taco, you gotta pick it up. Yeah. Yeah. Ah, there you go. There you go. Do battle with the cardboard. I heard something. I heard it too. It's got to be cleaning crew coming in. He stopped. Now he's doing battle with cardboard again. Oh, now he's cleaning himself. You don't know what he's doing over there sometimes. Taco does not know what Taco knows. Taco does not know what Taco knows. Taco does not know what Taco knows. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, go back to where we're at. Right over there. Let me get this out here. Have a look at a rooftop. There's a telescope fish. Let's see. Eventually, God made it, but so that thing freaks me out. What do the bars, window bars? Hmm. 1980 window bars? Alright, that pretty much sums it up when I was done. Gotta make it look really, people. Really. Really? 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 is back and doing battle with the cardboard. With the cardboard, doing your battles. Taco, you and your battles with the cardboard. Alright, so we have the bars inside. We have the bars inside. Right there, that to be inside. 1, 2, 3 inside, and there's another bar that goes here and there. That's how we have to build it and put it together, people. That's what we have to do. So what do I do with the piece of cardboard I had? Oh, it's right here. We got 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Should we build One Day Close Encounter of the Third Kind, which is my favorite movie. My favorite movie. I love Close Encounter of the Third Kind. It's my favorite movie. Some musicals I like. Let me see. That screen's crooked. It's about to fall down. I like Finnegan's Rainbow. It's my favorite. I love Finnegan's Rainbow. Look to the rainbow. That's amazing. Sound of Music I love too. Sound of Music is my favorite, but Finnegan is my favorite. It's my mother's favorite too. Finnegan's Rainbow. That's what I love about my mom. My mom allowed us to watch a lot of musicals and plays and stuff like that. That's how we got started into a lot of that stuff, man. Watching musical and plays. She really allowed our imagination to really flow. That's one thing. Always about her kids. She loved her kids. She did. Yeah. Interesting about my mother is that she doesn't know her family. My mother was adopted. See, the reason why my mother don't believe in abortion is because my mother, her mother, didn't want my mom at all. And they tried to kill her. They tried to starve her to death. Barely giving her rice water, slowly starvation. To a baby. You believe that, right? And my grandmother, my adopted grandmother, she used to clean houses. You know, my mother was born in 1939, so my grandmother cleaned houses, right? And she found my mother under some dirty clothes and got into a really argument with the woman. And the woman said, you wanted that much, take her. Well, my grandmother took her. So her husband was a bit of a stiff-necked man at the end of the day. He really didn't want kids, never wanted kids at all, period. And my grandmother, well, I don't ask for a lot of things, but you ain't budging me on this one. I'm going to do what I have to do. And she took care of my mom. And my mom and we call Pop-Pop, he stayed far away from my mother for a very long time, not too long, until one day she told him to feed her, and my mother reached out and grabbed his finger, and that was it. He was in love. They're always together. So she remembers a lot of her Pop-Pop. And we never got a chance to meet him. He died before we got a chance to meet him. But we did meet grandmother, the one that saved my mother's life. You know what would have happened if my grandmother didn't step in and do what she had to do? She didn't stand up to the people. My mother would have probably passed away. And we would have never been born, none of us. So my mother grew up in the country, way up in the country, where people were miles away from each other, and she grew up an only child. Of course, because there was nobody else but her. And she had make-believe friends and all that stuff. She went to a school, and she had friends out there, but when she came home, there was nobody there. She read a lot of books. She's a big fan of Flash Gordon, because she heard him on the radio. She can remember when the TV first came in, because they didn't have a TV, they had radios up there, way up there in the country. And she grew up with these imaginary friends. So she said that when she gets married and she has a husband, she's going to be a big family. She'll never be alone again. Yep. She got a wish. She had 10 of us. 10 of us. 5 boys, 5 girls. Even number. And then they had kids, and she got a chance to see some of her grandkids before she passed off, but she got great-grandkids. We have 3 generations because of her. 3 generations. And she always took care of her kids. She put them first before her husband, before anybody. Not God, because she put God first, but she took care of us very well. I had an amazing childhood. I can't complain about anything at all. And she stuck by my side even when I basically turned my back on her. And it's because of her not giving up on me and giving me that Bible, it's because I became a man of God. So imagine if the people decided that we don't want this little girl, we're just going to get rid of her, whatever, get an abortion. That's why she doesn't believe in it. That's why I don't believe in it. Because if they got an abortion, I wouldn't be here today. Thank goodness they didn't. So when people sit there and say, oh, you're against abortion because you're just this, that, and the other. No, I'm against abortion because if they had an abortion, my mother, people who didn't want my mom, if they had an abortion, I wouldn't be here right now having this conversation with you. I don't know where I would be at. None of us. I don't know where any of us would be at. Okay. Came over there, bro. This is going to be a bit messy. They're so small pieces. It's going to be messy. But hey, that's what we usually do anyway. We get messy. It's going to be in my nails, man. It's going to be in my nails. I have that conversation with people and I tell them why, and it's more like, oh, I'm not here trying to voice my opinion and this, that, and the other. I'm trying to say it. I'm just telling you that if that did happen, no, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be having this conversation with you. They decided they were going to have the baby and then decided they didn't want it. So they figure we'll starve to death. We'll ignore it. And it'll die. And we don't have to be bothered with it. They're always such, we could track them down. Like at that time, we could track down where they're buried at. And she said, no, I don't want to know. She wasn't mad at him. She didn't hate him in any way whatsoever. She just didn't want to know. She had her mother, and that's who her mother was. And that's how she accepted. She grew up in an era of segregation where she's been in places where you can't eat here because you're black. Can't go to school here because you're black. Can't have this job because you're black. People called her a nigger and all kinds of stuff. She's been through it all. Did she hate people because of that? Did she hate? No, she didn't. She accepted everybody. She believed that people were clear. That's what she said. She never allowed us to give people color. No, people are clear. That's how she sees everybody. She was a Christian woman, raised in a Christian home, went to church, put God first before any man. I remember we had Bible studies. She would read the Bible to us. We didn't want to hear it because we're kids. Want to run outside and do dumb stuff. Yeah. I never could understand how could somebody be as kind as her at the end of the day. People would do wrong by her. She forgive them. She let them go. That's why I said, you guys, Jamie says some very nasty things about her. And I let it go because she would have let it go. But I got people I know at the end of the day wouldn't let it go at all, period. And these are people, Fernando, at the end of the day, that they can talk to somebody and make them walk away, pack things up and just leave, and not question, not do anything. And these are the kind of people you upset. But my mother would have it in a way where if you did something nasty to her, she wouldn't call upon these people. She'd invite you in, cook food for you. If you needed something, she would make sure you have it. She would even give her very last just for you. Because that's the kind of sweet person she was. And me knowing what I know and having evidence of what you did, I could easily go over and talk to these people. But my mother would never want to be that person, and I'm not that person anymore. I won't stoop down to your level and be what you are. So for those know, yeah, when my mother passed away, Fernando sent some very nasty letters. You got to pay for that, Fernando. You know that, right? So, got to answer for all that you do in life. There we go. Now, do I hate him for that? You know why? Because I don't entertain the devil on that level. I already seen what that thing is at the end of the day. I don't entertain it. Got no part of him whatsoever. And he knows that he'll try anything to try to get me to convert back to that person, but he's failing misery because I choose not to. I give it to God and let God handle it all. There we go. Nice. Painting our machine over here. Have a coke and a smile. This is just do I'm doing my bars out here all back. It's just a shame that people allow that thing to play with their lives. Somebody put up a real nice post New Year's Eve. It said, some of y'all gonna be going home with this tonight. And it showed the girl from The Exorcist. Yeah, you are gonna be going home with that tonight. You don't know what you're getting yourself into. We do the same tradition. Now, some of the family members don't do that tradition, but I do the same tradition my mother had, was that when the ball drops, we put our bow our heads and we give thanks to the Lord for a safe and blessed year that He gave to us. And then we ask that it would be His will that He will bless us to have another safe and blessed year. And thank Him for that. Oops, you guys are not even on the camera, so I'm way over here painting the machine. Sorry about that. Kind of forget sometimes. I'll be over here from all over the world sometimes. Because usually I'm mostly all over the world. In my little world. Died in that plane accident. Beautiful music. Beautiful music. Some beautiful. I like rock down there. Alright, we're putting the bars on. The bars. We're going to do the inside of the window in glow because I want that to give a little shine to that. That's what we want to do. I'm going to give the windows some glow too, because they just look better when that light pushes through. That's what I want to do. Woo! Thank God, thank you, Jesus. I'm going to shine back there to it. Ah, thank you, Jesus. Having a ball here, Lord. Working on stuff, Lord. Thank you. Ooh. Skittleness. Skittleness, skittleness. Skittleness, 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 skittleness. So we're gonna need a lot of neon. So I'm gonna need the neon in the big container. It's a big container. We're gonna need a lot. A lot of neon. A lot of neon paint. Wait for my bars to dry. Gotta do the bar work on the windows. So let me see, that's one set of lights right there. And the other lights we have to wrap around the air corner area in the corners. Floor base board has to be done. Those are one set of lights. Then the EL wire is a thinner light. We're going to have those in the window here and traced around the floor. Now, I've thought about doing individual lights, but what I want to do is I want to do a chaser system design on the roof, on the ceiling. So you look up as it's designed. I want to do it right there from the top. Got to turn this rug into a 1980s rug, which ain't hard to do. I'll have to start some black lights in there too. Alright, let me see. Where you at with that bird? Give me this. I'm gonna put X on the door, right? Scissors, Jack. You need scissors. Oh, don't you want to put that in there? Let me see. Is that dry already? Maybe dry already? Wait for that to dry. Can we switch this up and bring this back over? Okay, new, but it doesn't want to come out. I don't know why. Ah, looking nice. Got our ET up there. So don't worry. This one looks real cool. Get it all done. Call home. Come home. ET, call home. Yep. Come along nice. I'm going to take a little paint and get wash glow in there and get right around those edges so it blends right on in there real nicely. So here's getting there, got a nice little Coke machine out there all back. And we're going to put there McDonald's. Where is my scissors? Who moved my sandwich? Oh my goodness. It was hilarious. Who moved my sandwich? That's me hanging around with my crazy friends. The guy I told you about, that's one of the other computer geniuses. He's a genius. He don't want to admit it, but he's very smart. He's a cool dude, real nice, down to earth. And he's the one that really didn't have much of a social life. Most of his time inside, studying and researching. Never had any real friends outside his other friends that were like, they just weren't that they didn't have those kind of connections. And I have no idea oh yeah, I know how I met him. I met him when I went to go pick up some video games. There's a guy who sold video games in the neighborhood. That's how we met. He was 16 when I met him. And we were talking about games and stuff like that. I see him out there from time to time. He had dreads and stuff. Every time we chat, talk a little bit, everything. And I was like, what do you do for fun? He said, I just chilling out. I said, man, Germantown Avenue up here, man. I do everybody up in Germantown. I said, yeah, I'll introduce you to people we have up here. So he had clothing store, something like that, sneaker store, game store, all that stuff, man. So he got hanging around with my buddies on the other end. And, he'd come down from the street and chill. We all sit there and talk, have fun, laugh, and everything. He was part of a little community now, because before he'd just be to himself. And then he got a chance to meet one of my other friends. As he got older, he turned about 19, and he got a chance to meet one of my other friends. I became friends with him later on in time, but he knew all of them because he grew up in that neighborhood. I just moved down there, so I got to know him because I was actually living with his family over on Cambria Street. I was living with them. That's how we became best friends. But anyway, he knew him and I knew him, so we all started hanging out at the store and having fun and all that. And yeah, this guy is a party guy at the end of the day. He goes to parties and clubs and drinks and passes out and fights and all that. He's one of those guys in the day. And he picked up his, he got a chance to go out and party and have fun. Just like, broke him out of his shell. He became a whole different person. You know what I mean? Brought him to life. This is going to be interesting. How are we going to get this in here like this? I don't even know how it's going to fit. I'm going to have to break this up, cut this up, and put it in there. That's what we're going to have to do. So that's going to be a little job by itself. We're going to put the whole thing in there. We have to cut it up and put it in there. But I want that in there. I want that McDonald's in there. Unless I want to shrink it to something smaller to get it in there. But that's not going to work. So we'll have to come back to that one later. Right now we got to put our bars in. Mr. Sandman, give me your dreams. Do 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 do. Mr. Sandman, give me your dreams. Bum, 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 bum. It ain't working for me at the end of the day. Some man to come see me like, nah, buddy. Sorry, it don't work for me. We don't have that. We wish we could, but we can't, buddy. Now people ask me stuff like, have you tried? Yeah, I've been there through all of it. Medications, relaxation, all that stuff. Hypnosis? No, we don't do hypnosis. Because people can give you hypnosis. You have anything programmed in your brain. Come one of those sleeper cells. Call you up like the chicken has landed. The rooster has crowed. Next, you be doing something crazy. You have no idea what you're doing. The mockingbird sings as the chicken roars. No, I'm good. No, get to the hypnosis stuff. Do I believe it's possible? Yeah, it's probably possible. We'll go with that. That looks more like you're in, after the bars across it. Let's see the bars from the top. The rooster has landed. Cock-a-doodle doo. We have to extend the bars over. You need to be a little over here, buddy. It's about there, maybe. Yeah. Eraser has landed. Caca, doodle, do. Wish you had it there the first time, buddy. If you stopped doing that, you would have it in there. There we go. Where's that other piece just go to? Here it is. Got a Spider-Man effect on the window. Oh, man. This has been an interesting, tedious build. Yeah, it's funny in my head I'm thinking, we're just going to put this thing together simply. And never learn. I never learn from myself at the end of the day. You're going to put this together simply. That's basically about it. Just take no time at all. Just slap it together real quick. You're done. And then you know, doing all this stuff right here at the end of the day. Anytime I say simple built, it means it's going to be crazy built. That's what it's going to be. Individually put the bars in one by one. Figaro. So if you don't mind me when I break out and dance, singing and whatever at the end of the day, it's because, man, these bills take a lot. They do a couple of hours putting these things together, man. It's a couple of hours putting these things together. Yeah, it's some work putting them together. There's definitely some work. So you're like, why does he break out and dance? Because, yeah, it's crazy, man. My brain's like overloading right now. Like, we need to stop. We need to stop. Like, no, we can't stop. We must continue on. We will not stop until the job is finished, until it is completed. I'm tired. I just want to get some pizza, man. I want to chill and just watch a show and then jet out. Like, we can't. We must finish the job. You must finish the job. I just want to wash my hands. They're just full of so much paint right now. We must finish the job. Onward. Well, do you want to do a circle? I prefer to do a circle. Another karate bear. I'm going to change gears. And I've been building on this for the last couple of days. I definitely got to change gears now. I want to switch over to something. I'm going medieval tomorrow. Definitely going medieval tomorrow. Doing any more of this, man. Oh, there's an ink pen. Gotta be changed over to medieval. That's why we do like a couple more projects all at the same time, because it gives me a chance to switch up. Because man, just to be those moments. Bum, 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 going around and around and around. You got me going in circles. Yep. Kugel for Cocoa Pops. I got people in my family talking about I don't eat pig. I literally have them. I eat everything. I don't care. Clean is unclean animal. You ever heard that one in the Bible when God told someone to wake up and eat, and there was swine, and he said that, Lord, I don't eat anything unclean, and the Lord said, don't you call anything that I make unclean. And people sit there and say, well, pigs are an unclean animal. Man, if you knew half the stuff that goes through a kitchen area at the end of the day, you won't be worried about no animal anymore. The human animal is even worse. Much, much worse. Trust me. I had a buddy of mine saying, I don't eat pig. I said, why do you eat pig? Because it's unclean. I said, oh, really? So you trust what other food you eat, right? I said, yeah. You have no idea what happens to your food in some of these places at the end of the day. It's when you prepare your food. You worry about the animal today, but worry about the person who prepares the food at the end of the day. That's what you should be worried about. Every time your food's been dropped on the ground. Actually, to tell you the truth, I'll lie to you not. When I was in cooking school, one of the things they do is in the day, what you don't know can't hurt you. This is the golden rule. That food gets dropped all the time. All the time. We do it ourselves when we cook in the kitchen. Some people drop food, put it right back in the pan. They're cooking it. What's it called? A 5-minute rule or 5-second rule? Whatever that 5-second rule, I think that's what it is, yeah. So yeah, we drop food all the time. I literally heard a top chef sit there and say that one time they had this big banquet. I said it before, I talked about this before, a big banquet on a cruise ship. And all these people up there, important people, senators and what they had up there, and they didn't have time to prep these salads again. The guy tripped and dropped the salads on the floor. It's the same walkway people walk through all the time, back and forth on the ship. And they put those things right back together and put it out and served them. What you don't know can't hurt you. I know you saw Kitchen Nightmares. I know you've seen Kitchen Nightmares. Unfortunately, I have bumped into places like this. I have. And I have seen stuff at the end of the day that would make you want to become a person that you would strictly just want to eat cardboard all day long. If you knew half the stuff that goes on that. All these places like this? No, I really can't say that, because some places I went to are very, very clean and very strict about the book. Another place I went to are freaking nightmares. I remember one time I was up like 2 o'clock in the morning. 2 o'clock in the morning, going through the trash cans, looking for condiments and unbruised fruit. A lot of you not. And the owner was right there with us. And they'd wash the fruit down in condiments and stick everything right back in the fruit bowl and the condiments right back in the little racks and just like that. You just had trash condiments, didn't even know it. Now, in my lifetime, I saw 3 of the most disgusting things I've ever seen. 1 I can mention, 2 I can never speak of. It was that bad. I can never mention it ever again. It was that bad. It would mess you up for life. Like, it really would mess you up. That's why I pray over all my food. Oh, and I have to see my food being made. Oh, man, that was nasty. It was so nasty, I quit. I quit the job. I quit. I had to quit. There is one place I went to. That kitchen was so disgusting. I got a paycheck literally for, I think it's like 20 minutes. I was there 20 minutes and quit. It was that bad. The kitchen was that freaking bad. It was that dirty. I didn't even know where to start. How to bust this place and clean it down. And no sooner than I'm trying to get the grease that's frozen in the sink. The dishes were frozen in there. This guy came in with a spatula, took a freaking pie sheet from under the freaking sink and scraped off the mold and put oil on it and put fresh dough on it. I'm like, we're done. I quit. I can't do this. It's nasty. This is so nasty. Surprised the health department hasn't shut this place down by now. Yeah. Yep. You got to pray over your food. You do. But anytime you're making food and stuff, I gotta see it. If I can't see it, I can't order from you. Now you can be the cleanest place in the world, you can do it by the book, but I have to see it. Because it's something I went through. And I got a brother who came down here to Philly, and he saw something so disgusting. To this day, you can't get him to eat out. He won't go out and eat. He won't. He has to cook the food himself right there. That's how he is. He's been that way ever since. And that was many years back. He's in his late 60s now, and that happened to him when he came up in Philly at 20. He just messed him up. He can't do it. If we go out to eat, he won't touch nothing. He won't eat anything. Sometimes they bring his own stuff sometimes. But it's just, yeah, he won't eat nothing. But I gotta see that food being made. I'm sorry. It gotta be right out in the front. Yeah, no, I can't see it. No, guess what? I ain't eat the food. I can't eat it. No. Yeah, that was one of them. But the one that I saw, them orange juice, high C dispensers, I would drink from them. None of them. I won't drink from them, any of them. I don't care where it's at, I won't drink from any of them. That's the one they got the juice and all, moving back and forth, being circulated in the cup, the juice. I won't touch them. Unless it's one of those machines, like the soda machine that you get the fountain out of. But if it's a lid that can open up, I won't touch it. You will never see me drink out of one of them things. Because when I was working in this restaurant, I've mentioned this before. I was working at this restaurant, and the first thing I love an orange high C drink. I love it. And the first thing I saw when I came in, I said, "Oh, do we drink for free?" And the guy was like, "Yeah, you can drink all you want for free." I said, "Cool." Because the first thing I was going to do when I got my break, I was going to go over and I was going to get some of that drink. Thank God. God was watching over me, and I saw what I saw. Because I was flirting with one of the waitress. She was a cute little Italian, and I was flirting with her, and we were talking out there a little bit, and I watched the other girl take drink from 4 different tables of the same color and put it in a glass. I'm thinking like, okay, usually, I did a busboy work before. They got this little pail underneath of the like a little bucket. They take the sometimes they have something they splash the drink into in another separate compartment. But most likely in some places I worked at, they had a little bucket down there. They just dropped the drink in there and they put the cups up top for us to wash. That's how they would do it. But she didn't do that. She took the drink and she was pouring it in one glass. Like, why would you pour the drink in one glass? I mean, well, we're just going to drop that in there too. No, she walked over to that dispenser machine and she put that drink right back into the dispenser machine. I'm like, that's nasty. So, yeah, that did it for me. When I saw that, I was like, that's nasty. Now, the thing about it is, you would think that maybe these women are like that. No, it's the owner. Because the owner is the one telling them to do it. You know what I mean? Don't drop out any of this drink. Put it right back in the machine. And they could sit there and say, that's nasty and disgusting. But, you got to do what the owner tells you to do. Unlike me, at the end of the day, I can walk out of a job like that because I ain't got no responsibilities. I ain't got no kids, nobody to take care of. It's just me and a pit bull. That's all I was taking care of, that it was in my pit. So I'm good. If I want to quit, I just quit and leave. That's all. But some people can't do that because some people got families and stuff they got to take care of. They got to endure that bull crap. So, it is what it is. But you got to go by what the owner says. If the owner says that's what you do, then that's what you do. And like I said, that's the same place I was up freaking 2 o'clock in the morning. We digging through the trash cans. And we looking for unbruised fruit and condiment packages and stuff like that. Like, how cheap you got to be at the end of the day? Oh, we can't throw them out, man. We can wash that off, put it right back in there, man. They don't know. Golden rule. What you don't know can't hurt you. I was like, man, you got to be kidding me. One of my boys I was working with, we was up there talking about that. I said, yeah, man. I bumped in one time. I said, you remember that time that guy had us up there like freaking 2 o'clock in the morning? Cleaning the freaking fruit and unbruised fruit and condiments? He said, yeah. So I was telling my girl about that. She wouldn't even believe me about that. He came by, we was in walk up into me at Walmart. Said, yeah, it's the guy I was working with over that place. When I told you about the house, I said, yeah. I said, a lot of you not. He's out there cleaning, and it's bigger than the trash can. In the trash can. For freaking condiments and unbruised fruit. She was like, that's nasty. I said, yeah. They went out of business, by the way. Yeah, they went out of business. No, it's a business. Wonder why. Yeah, it was nasty. Gee whiz Louise. No, I'm saying all restaurants? No, no. There's some places I eat at, but there's other places because I worked in the business for a bit. I know not to go there and eat. I'm not going to mention their names. This is the rules. But that's why you got to pray over your food. Pray over your food. You pray over your food for two reasons. You pray over to give thanks to the Lord for blessing you to have that food. And you give prayer over that food so nothing bad happened, whatever was going on with that food. That's what you pray over. You know, some people don't want to pray. You know why you don't want to pray? Because you're embarrassed. You're embarrassed that somebody might see you praying, they might laugh at you. That's a shame. So Lord bless you to have that food to put in your stomach, and you don't want to pray over it because you're afraid what other people think. So you're ashamed of God. If you're ashamed of God and you need Jesus to speak to God on your behalf, how is that going to work if he's seeing a man that's ashamed or a woman that's ashamed or embarrassed what other people may think? That's the devil in your head that fast. The devil talking to you, telling you, oh, don't pray. People are going to laugh at you and tease you because you prayed. You'd rather pray and so nobody can see you. Pray in secret. I don't care. I pray. I pray over everything. Got chips? Pray over it. Cookies? Pray over it. Candy? Pray over it. Pray over everything. Pray in restaurants. Pray out in the open. Pray in front of other people. Pray over my food. Couldn't care less. Laugh about it? That's just you. I don't care. I'm going to pray over my food. Thank you, Lord, for blessing me to have this food. Pray over it. One time I was on a date with a female, and my food came, I prayed. Thank you, Jesus, for this wonderful, blessed food that you blessed me to have. I pray for those who do not have enough to eat, that you may bless them as you have blessed us. And she gave me this look, but she was embarrassed by that. And it's okay. I see all I need to see right here. The date's over. There's money to get back home, gave some transportation money, paid for the meal, and left. She couldn't understand why. Oh, just because of that? Yeah, because of that. Because you're not meant to be with me. That's all at the end of the day. If you're embarrassed by God at the end of the day, and I'm not embarrassed by God, that's just not going to work. And move on. Now, some guys at the end of the day, or women at the end of the day, wouldn't do that. You know why? Because you'd be too caught up in that body at the end of the day. Willing to throw Jesus under a bus. Because, you don't want to mess up and lose an opportunity with that person. Me at the end of the day, I couldn't care less. My God comes first. So, much respect. See you later. Pay for the food, as I should, because a gentleman should do that. And keep it moving. Lord already told me what I need to know, right from the door. Right from the door. I didn't do anything else. Just told me right from the door what I'm dealing with. Should we make a disco? Oh, I've been dying to do a disco. With a disco ball in there. I wonder if I can get a little statue of John Travolta. That'd be cool. A disco crowd. I'm putting speakers in all my little builds at the end of the day, so I can basically hear some disco music out of there. This one we're going to have arcade music, and we're going to play some 80s music out of it. Once we get all that hooked up and ready to go. Let's see what's going on back here. Get our lamp displayed. Just our lamp that we need out back. I think we're going to need another circle piece for that. Oh, circle piece. Because I have to lift up a little bit higher. I remember one time we went to Shady Maples. It was my ex and her friends from the airport. They all went. And it's the first time they were meeting me. They were her friends. They must see what kind of person I was. At the time, I was 40 years old. And when she told them my age, I was 40, because she was younger than me. When she told me I was 40, they're thinking I'm going to be this, like, guy, big old stomach sticking out and, you know, little hair in the front and hair in the back and all this stuff like this. And that's what I thought it was going to be like. I was shaking. They were. I'm older than all of them. And I'm like, yeah, man. I lift weights. It's very. I think now I lift more weights now than I did. But anyway, yeah, I was built better than them, and I don't look my age at that. On top of that, so they were like, okay, you know, I'm a book by his cover. If I wasn't not a book by his cover, but what they thought I was supposed to look. But I can understand that, yeah, because 40 something years old, 47 years old, no, you would expect that. So I was in good shape. And they went back to the next day for work, and I was like, what did they say about me? Oh, you're in fantastic shape, man. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. So that's why I was curious what they thought of me. And they wanted to know at the end of the day was out, because she worked at the airport, was out living off her money. Because sometimes you get these old guys out here, sugar daddy, whatever you call it. Sugar daddy got money today, but some people be living off some of these people at the end of the day. But when we went down there to, I bought $1,500 on it. I didn't know what I was going to expect. I always bring extra money, because you never know what freaking crap you're going to fall into. So I bring a lot of money with me just in case. So we got down there, and I bought this Batman. I gave it to her when we broke up, because she liked it. I gave it to her, she can have it. But we had this little Batman painting. It was a portrait of Batman. It was Bruce Wayne in the back, and it was Batman. It was beautiful. So I bought it. It was $800. And they were like, they saw the price, and they were like, geez, you want to spend $800 for us? Get it, I like it. It's a nice design. I can put it on whatchamacallit. And that's when that started from the day. And they found out my business and my company and what I was making and all this stuff at the end of the day. But, yeah, But they're friends of hers, and they wanted to be protective. I can understand that 100%. I can. I got much respect for that. But in the end, and when we separated, I said, here, just take the poster. You can have him in the painting. You can have it. She's a bigger Batman fan than me at the end of the day. I'm not one of those people that petty like that. Even though this person cheated on me, I'm not petty like that. I'm not like saying, no, you can't take nothing with you. I paid for all this. No, take it all. It's yours. I bought it for you. It's for you. You buy it. Take it. I don't want to hear. I don't want nothing there that reminds me of you. Take it all. She walked out with 12 bags of clothing, shoes, all that stuff, everything. I don't want none of that stuff. You can have it. Take everything with you. There you go. Take that too. I don't want nothing to remind me of you. I'm not petty like that. People take stuff, burn stuff. I don't want to do that. I got time for that. I have too much energy into something stupid. No, just take it all. It's yours. Now, she's in a situation where things didn't work out in life, and regretting, but it's none of my problem at the end of the day. My life has passed me on. And I like my life the way it is. I don't want anything disrupting it. Look at that little light we just made right there. That's pretty cool. That little tiny light right there. My fingers are all black. I don't wish anything bad on nobody. I wish people have the best of life. You know what I mean? Hopefully she got married and met somebody. That's good. I don't wish anything bad on people. For what? No need for all that. There we go. That light looks real nice in there. We're going to put a light in there too, by the way. That's why I left the little section. I'm going to take that drill unit we got, because anything else would tear it up. We're going to punch a small little hole in it and put a light right up in there. That's what we do. This is where we get into the soldering job. All the little micro wires we have to put in. Because you can't do only so much with the lights. You can do it with the lights. Only so much to do with it. So we got the vending machine here. We want to cut a little door on this side over here. Little circuit box. And so we're going to put all our stuff in there. Hide our stuff, wires and cables all in there. In there. We can get access to that when we want to get access to that. We want to hide our stuff. So The PC we're going to be building, it's going to a peekable window in it. It's going to be a peekable window light, all white, micro PC. Inside, all that's going to be white. And we're going to do a peekable window, all that, and some spill paint with those containers. And we're going to make, I decided I want to make my little figures that I'll be painting and doing the artwork or graffiti work all over it are going to be little glow in the dark stick figures. We're going to make out of glow in the dark pipe cleaners. So we're going to use it for, do something pretty cool with it. Make it all out of cardboard, and we're going to have zero wire. All wire is going to be hidden, all of it. You won't be able to see any of it at all, period. So we're going to do a pretty nice job. We're going to make all wire compartments and stuff like that. The fans are going to be attaching onto it. I've got some nice colorful fans over there I want to use on that. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. So a nice little light over top of it. So nice, we had enough glue to finish that off right there. And most people be wishing hatred. I'm wishing hatred. I wish she has the best of luck, life in life. Yep, got no hatred toward in any way whatsoever. I told you I don't entertain Satan that way. And wish the best of her. But for me, I like my life. Actually, there's a woman in Jamaican. I love Jamaicans at the end of the way. Jamaican over in City Hall. I talked to her a few times, but I just want to tell her that this friendship, please. I'm really enjoying this single life. I really am. You have no idea. Look at this, what I'm doing. I'm building stuff, not being interrupted by anybody. I love it. I freaking love it. I love it. And every once in a while, I like to go out to dinner and stuff like that. I got plenty of girlfriends that call me like, hey, you want a free meal? I want to go to dinner. Just chill. Like, why you got to stay it that way? You want to go eat? Let's go eat. Okay, we'll eat, chill, laugh, joke, have fun with them. And then they go home, I go home, and that's the end of it. Boom. And I got one, actually, been friends for about 11 years. We contact each other every day. With one of my gamer friends. We joke, laugh, carry on. I'm godfather of all the kids. Yep. Got another one. That's a lawyer over in DR. Cool with them over there. Yeah. Yeah. We should make a car dealership, like a 1970 car dealership with a giant dinosaur or elephant on the roof. That'd be funny right there. We'll use real cars for that one. We definitely gotta use real cars for that one. We gotta get some relic vehicles. I gotta get on eBay and get the Shopify and those things at the end of the day. Gotta do something like Crazy Mike. Crazy Mike, our prices are insane. We will not be undersold by the competition. Got this 1965 Ford Cutlass. I wanted to throw in the cup holders for free. I usually, my lean real quick, real close to me. Usually my boss would not allow me to do this because I could lose my job for this, but I like you. You got a nice face on you. I can tell them that you're a good, honest American boy at the end of the day, and I'm going to give you a good deal at the end of the day. I'm going to give you the cup holders. Usually we let them go for about $1,000, but I'm going to let you get that for free on this car. Because, you know, y'all look like an amazing couple at the end of the day, you know. Just remind me of my sweetheart at home right now. You know, she got that same car in the driveway right there. She absolutely loves it. Got a nice little vanity mirror right here. Fix your makeup up, look nice at the end of the day. It's a beautiful car at the end of the day. So, what do you say? What do you say? How about you sign your name on that contract right there, and we get you in that car, and you get you on your way at the end of the day. What do you say? You look like a beautiful couple. You look beautiful in that car. And you'd be like, you know what? We're going to do it. We're going to get this car. We're going to get it. And that car is going to be complete crap. Because that's what it used to be back in the day. Not saying all dealerships, no. But I'm just saying that, you know, how it goes in the day. It's funny because people make jokes about that. About the dealership lemons. Lemons were crazy at one point. So they passed the lemon law. Now you can't really do that anymore. You can sue. But yeah, they did all that. You know what I mean? Come in there like, oh, we gotta, I'm going to take this one right here. I'm going to take this one right here. You know what I mean? I'm going to walk over to her. You watched them. What was that shit called? Freaking, oh my goodness. What was it called? Was it True Romance? Is that what it was? The guy at the car dealership. That craziness, there you go. I'm gonna take her right there. I'm gonna get sold with that car right over there. You get paid on commission with that car right over there. Yeah. Go to some story. He was a spy and all this stuff, and her husband was actually the real thing. Oh man, it was just hilarious. Hilarious. But anyway, yeah, they're gonna put you in that car today, right now, today. Today. Mechanics don't have that issue. You guys never have that issue. You guys are super, super awesome because you don't have that issue. They can sell you a piece of crap at the end of the day. You're going to make that car look better than what they sort of drive up there to show it off. Like, look what I did with it. Yeah, I hooked it up. That's what I did. It was nice, ain't it? Yeah. I'm about to sell today. I'm about to get twice as what I paid from you from it. Ain't that something at the end of the day? Interesting. By the way, it's called so-and-so, not so-and-so and so. And we correct them on how to say the parts correctly at the end of the day. And just take off with that car. I would love to be able to have that skill level to do that. That would be awesome, man. You guys see wrecks and junkers at the end of the day. Cars have been sitting in garages that don't run. You can get those machines to run it. Oh, man, that's an amazing gift. That's an amazing gift. You know, people used to sit there and call them greasers and gearheads and all that stuff at the end of the day. But you needed people because without them, your car doesn't work. And if the car doesn't work, you can't get to work. Or anything else you need to do with that vehicle. And people looked at him like that. At one point, that was considered to be like a low-level job. Not anymore, it's not a low-level job. You understand a machine, or how it works, how it runs, how to put it together, how to modify it. That's pretty impressive. That is very, very impressive. I would like to learn that one day. One day. I wonder how long it takes to learn that. I would like to learn it one day. Man, you can build your own cars from the ground up. That's crazy. Can you imagine somebody telling me I built my own car? Wow. And you are the mechanic. You can get it fixed at any time you want and modify it, do anything you want to do with it. That's freaking cool. I wish I had that ability. But one day I shall. Because my friend's teaching me welding right now. He's teaching me welding. I wonder, how long would it take to learn that? I got a couple of friends of mine that are mechanics. They go pop over and say, hey, teach me this. I want to learn it now. Let me see here. How long does it take to become a mechanic?
According to Penco Tech, however, mechanic programs can take varying amounts of time to finish depending on the courses and schedules, often between 6 months and 2 years.
How long does it take to become a mechanic?
According to Penco Tech, however, mechanic programs can take varying amounts of time to finish depending on the courses and schedules, often between 6 months and 2 years.
6 months and 2 years.
Penco Tech offers career training programs, including automotive
Yeah.
technology.
We're done.
You're
doing too much.
And Blackwood,
We passed that already. She's still talking. All right. Yeah, but still, 2 years. That's learning. That's not experience. Experience is another different level by itself. You can go to school and learn to become a chef. But hands-on experience on the job is actually more important than actually what you learn in school because it'll be completely different. When I was at school, they told me at the end of the day that you had to have a calculator. No, you couldn't have a calculator on you. That's what they told me. Every freaking restaurant I worked at required a calculator. Every single one. Every single one required a calculator. So, no, it's different. What you learned at school, yeah, I don't care what you learned in school today. Over here, it's done differently. You ever heard that line before? It's done differently over here. This is how we do it over here. That's experience. You get that from every place you work at. Can't go to school for that. And you got guys at the end of the day, they've been working on cars since they were freaking 13 with their pop at the end of the day. Man, they go into school, they got freaking 10 years experience under their belt already. Because they've been working on cars already. Which is pretty cool. I think I'm happy with the oh, it's inside of here. It's inside of here. There we go. I see where the top off comes up in here at the end of the day. Oh, excuse me, people. My bad. My bad. Give it that burp. That burp. Deep down burp. My bad. We got some cool stuff up in here. We got to put a jukebox in here, too. Got some jukebox and music in here. My little runaway, my run away. All right, we're going to have to bring this out to the back door. All right, people, right there. And where the heck is my screen? Oh, where's my screen? Right there. Put my screen in there. We got to trim the screen out to cut it down a little bit so it fits in there quite nicely, like so. I'm going to check this out with the projector. That's why I'm doing this right now. So I'm going to check it out, see what it looks like. I'm going to take our projector right here and put it right there. Right there, right there, right there. We're going to get it charged. There's no kind of charge for this. Charleston, where is the charge? And charge it over here. One of these actually do work and one of these don't work. Where's the one that doesn't work? There's a difference. Two different charges. One will read and one won't read. I'm walking in the rain. Alright, let me see what's going on here. What are you belonging to? Are you the one I need for the charge? Yes, you are the one for the charge. Yes, sirree. Gonna run a PlayStation to this baby. We need a charge, baby. Charleston, we need a charge. No. You just call yourself Charleston? I did. I call myself Charleston sometimes. I do. All right, there we go. That's plugged into there, and there, and there. Got that all set up. Let's get our glue gun, because we're done with the glue gun. Stuff put away. It's funny, in the morning time I run around looking at different properties, going to different places to get this and get that done, and back to Corporate City Hall to get my licenses. Got the other two companies I'm working on right now. Get all that finished, get all that complete, then come back in here, do some demonstrations in the morning, come back and do these crazy builds at the end of the day. Then after that, basically go back, probably in the ocean, drop on the bottom of the ocean for a little bit, then do some programming over there. So basically, I hook me up a server at the home front that I can transfer files back and forth from here to there. Yeah, makes it much easier. So I'm back my files up, throw them back there, back on, put them here. That's what we do. Put them there. Look at our ET up there. Look at that. Bam! Oh, let me get back up on here. All right, there we go. So yeah, every day is just work. But do I love it? I freaking love it, people. I love it so much. I love it so much. I hate the day I have to give it up. Right now, I bought myself a Lionel train set. A big boy, too. A big boy Lionel train set. Big boy! And I'm actually building the village for it. So I'm building a couple of things today with cardboard. Building my own village on my cardboard setup. I built the freaking cave. Or we built the tunnels. Tunnels are easy to do. Yeah. You can make the Astra grass. You get it from basically for outside for patios and stuff. Yeah, go like yourself. Trees and all that stuff. Trees. Cotton makes fantastic trees, by the way. So paints and stuff, you make some beautiful trees. All right, so let me see. Hey. What's the matter with you? I really hope you for this. Hooah! Slam into a Slim Jim, oh yeah. A Slim Jim, people. Oh shoot, that's the controller way over there. That's not gonna work. Hooah! 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 We're gonna make an arcade machine out of cardboard. That's gonna be fun. That's next. Well, I can't say it's next, but we're actually gonna do it. It's on the list. So we gotta get a list, we gotta write down all the stuff we're building out of cardboard. It's a lot of stuff. But we got plenty of stuff to do, people. Plenty of stuff to do. Let's get this cracking, Jackson. Let's get it cracking. Try to think about other topics. I like talking about the Lord, that's too. But I gotta keep some other topics. Because then my brain just goes off in this like left field for a little bit. Like over there. Like in my head, like I see myself like a small child. I'm working on this and this and I'm staring over here and doing this and here this. That's why we constantly change the topic all the time. Because again, my brain runs like 100 miles an hour. All these different things I want to build. And as I'm in here building stuff, I'm in there building stuff in my head at the same time when I'm building stuff right here. And then sometimes I'm building stuff here as I build stuff there, but then I'm building stuff over there. And that's what goes on in my head. One time I was doing something, I was working on something. My buddy was like, Ken, I wonder what goes in here. You really want to find out? He was like, no, never mind. Man, 'cause I'll tell you something crazy. I was building an actual, what was that, computer lab? I was putting together a computer lab upstairs at one point. And when I lived in my house, when I first started working on computers. Hey, what's going on here, Charlie? Charlie. I forgot to turn the projector on. Tee. Now I like the Maxonic because the Cumi basically is with a Cumi, basically if I have it this close, it blurs up. So it won't work. It has to be at a farther distance. This one works perfectly fine. Ooh. Yes. Yes. Do you feel the magic? Do you feel the magic? Like I've said. I haven't got around to it. I know that zombie one was pretty sick. Wait a minute. Hold on. I wonder, did he give me my account back? I hope they did. Because I got stuff on this account that I want to get access to. Let's see. I'm not going to sign it right now, but I'm going to my account right now. So I'm going to test it out real quick. Yeah, because that's why I have my whatchamacallit on there. My Dungeon Defender's on there. I paid a lot of money to put that account up, set it up. Anyway. Armor and stuff wasn't cheap. Alright. Of course, we're going to play our classics. Pac-Man. Can we get the chasers on this? Or we want the chasers on this? Faster. There we go. Bandit. Isn't this cool, people? We are playing on our arcade store. It's going to be pretty soon a built-in arcade inside, and we can play games off the side of it. So we're going to be building the ultimate RetroPie. It's a micro PC. It's a Dell. I'm going to convert it. I'm going to do the, where's the Spyro? No. And this one. Oh, should we change the whatchamacallit around? I'm going to do the camera setting change. Backwards. Need a horizontal. Alright. Nice stick already. No. That's not. Over here somewhere. Oh, I don't see it. Where you at? Oh. There he goes now. Oh, right there. Oh! It's a mess. It's too much stuff on it. Too much all over the place. Oh, come on, come on, come on. Oh, extra Pac-Man. Cool. Play that. Yeah, all over the place. Oh, get that last one. Right there in that corner. I just mess up a little bit. Oh, shoot. Dude, you are right behind me. Why? Let's give this a little bit. Oh! You rattle! That's all I needed was that one. Where you at? Gotcha. You going on the path? I'm going down. Oh, man. All right, we're going to have to do, let me see. We got to put a glass window up there over top this, and we got to do the Pac-Man display around it. We're going to work on that next. We got to put a glass window up there. Do we have pinball in here? I wonder. I wonder if I have on this account. On there. Purchases. Will we ever get it? No, it might be in the PC one. Could have swore we had it here. No, it's gotta be in the PC. PC has to be more. Because I had it on here. No. We did have it on PC because we put it in horizontal. That's why. We had to do it in horizontal. That's why. Look it up. So we're out of here. We have to go on PC. Yeah, then a horizontal, that's why. I'm gonna get a couple of games from there then. We got the other PC coming in pretty soon. We're gonna get Black Ops 7. I don't even remember half the stuff we buy for this unit. From that. That's free game. Okay, let's see. Oh, we're cheap. Alright, that's not bad. Let me see. Okay. So I can look into. What's that? I know it's just like the guy from rival school that does. Let me see. That's only freaking $2.49. Jeez, that was brutal. Definitely got plenty of shooters on here. I'm definitely liking that one. We don't want anything on here to keep it retro. Shooter Ultimate. What is Shooter Ultimate? Yeah, definitely yes. So a good $20 I can clean up. Oh, yes. I was kind of looking for this one. Oh, got the sound and everything to it. Oh yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Definitely getting that one too. Okay, cool. Got the other stuff I want to get. Ultimate Blast. Let me see. Canoe. Oh, wait. Shooter. What's the name? Got some hidden gems in here. Yeah, we got some nice gems in there. Definitely come back for some of those. $2 games. It's buy like a PlayStation Slim. Oh, I got one over there. I'm actually making one extra retro one. I should have actually get one of retro it. Put the wood grain and everything on it and everything. Retro it up. Let's see. Let me see. Oh, no. Jeez, how bad does this have to be? This is bad. Is it going to be more combat? It is going to be more combat. That's from that arrow. I think I want to be Mortal Kombat. I'd rather just have actual Mortal Kombat. Capsule Easter Bunny? What the frick is that? At the end of the day. Mighty Fire. That's $29. Oh, nope. Nope. Fight of the Gods. No, I didn't do it. Don't do something with gods in it. Oh, fantastic fight. Let's see what this is. I remember this game. My buddy sold me. Oh, the game was garbage. I wish I could find that game. I wish I could track it down. I might have it in my collection. You're an elf, and you're flying on a unicorn that can't fly, and the object of the game is grow grass. Oh my goodness. I was like, are you kidding me? The comic book was awesome. They had an amazing comic book attached to it. But man, that was the object of the game was to grow grass. I had to track that thing down. Oh, they got Drunken Bar Fight? That game is freaking amazing. You ever do Drunken Bar Fight before, man? You don't even know. That game is funny. Especially when you do it in VR. You smack somebody in the head with a pool cue, chairs, all kinds of stuff. No, I don't want to do that. Pool chairs, all that stuff, man. A moose head. Wait. Arcade. Yeah. Is this Image? Arcade Fight. Is it an actual game? It's $7. It's got that arcadey look to it. I think I love it. Oh, it is made just like it. 1988. It's got the music and everything. Oh my goodness, yes. Man, this is the arcade right there. These are the kind of games I played in the arcade. I love shooters. Oh yeah, definitely. $7. Come get that one. Let's see. Funny, I don't know. I don't do sports. Neo Geo. They got it on here. Neo Geo. Burn and Fight. Oh man. This is just like the arcade. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, that's a definite yes. It's a gym. I gotta put the Neo Geos in there too. Definitely gotta put the Neo Geos in there. Final Fight? Final Fight Double Impact. Oh, you can stream it. I can play it from streaming. I can stream it on my channel. Stream it on my account. I gotta check my account for my streaming. Alright. Got a lot of cool stuff in here. Definitely coming download a lot of stuff. Okay. Capcom Arcade Stadium Fight. Alright, so I know some stuff I need to look at. Definitely, I'm pretty sure if I drop in Neo Geo, that should bring up everything from there. Let's see. Neo. Geo. Oh, heck no. That's the ones you gotta freaking read all this stuff at the end of the day. Neil Dry. Okay. Here we go. You gotta read stuff. What was that game called? Oh my goodness. I can't remember the name of it. They did a lot of freaking reading on that game. Like, my goodness. Oh yeah, we definitely have to pick this up. That is hot. That'll be fantastic for our Neon Arcade. Oh heck yeah, we definitely gotta get this. Neo Drive, I like the scheme out of all of them. It matches our arcade's artwork. Neo Arcade. That's my phone, give me other phone, take a picture of this. How much you want for it? $9. $9 freaking dollars. Mental note, people. I'm definitely getting this tonight. So don't forget it for all the stuff I gotta buy. Can't add it to my library. That's on Steam. Steam has, you can add it to a library. We wish we had it on here. We can add it to a library. Maybe I think PS5 may have that. You add it to a library? That'd be nice, because you can keep a little library, all the stuff you want to buy. But yeah, we definitely got to get that right there. That looks hot. All right, people. Hope you enjoyed our build at the end of the day. Thank you for stopping by. I really enjoyed the time we had together. I know we talk a lot about a lot of crazy stuff, but most important stuff we don't talk about that crazy is our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Because again, without Him, none of this stuff would ever be possible. So of course, thank you for your time. And of course, we thank our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Because without Him, again, none of this would ever be possible. We got the other screen over there. We're going to do some gaming off that tomorrow. We're going to go to the other PC. I got some games that I made in horizontal, so we'll get a chance to check that out next. Thank you all, and God bless.